Hey guys, I just wanted to let you know that this is a compilation video containing everything I've uploaded this year. So I just want to let you know that. So thank you so much for watching. Stick around, and next one will be something new. Thank you. Stick around for more. Castlevania, a series I remember from my childhood, with that big gray box. And every time I would pop in the game with Dracula on the cover staring down and laughing at Conan, I would always think to myself, man, this game is hard. I would give it my all, gathering all the skill and reflexes that a 5-year-old could muster. And after finally besting that giant bat only by the skin of my teeth, I would hear the music of my inevitable undoing. It still gives me nightmares. And for many years, that was my experience with the series. Sadly, I never actually owned the game and was relegated to borrowing it from friends. I was a late adopter of the Super Nintendo, and the one and only system I had a bit of purchasing power over was the Game Boy. Allowance money only goes so far, so the series eluded me for many years. But then came the Game Boy Advance. As you will come to learn on this channel, the Game Boy Advance is my jam. It was the first system I ever pre-ordered. I paid for it myself, working on my grandparents' farm over the summer, and I was stoked when it released. And with it, my launch title of choice happened to be Castlevania: Circle of the Moon. Now why, you may ask, would I go with a game that, to the best of my knowledge, would be hard as balls if it were anything like the game I knew from so many years ago? Well, I had grown as a gamer since then. I knew I could handle the challenge. Plus, I had done my homework. I had read in all the magazines that this game was more in line with something called Symphony of the Night. It was more like an RPG. Yes, at this time, I had never heard of the legend that is Symphony of the Night. I didn't own an original PlayStation until I was already a man. At the time, I definitely didn't realize how many assets were just straight ripped from Symphony of the Night. But that's not the point of the video. So anyway, here I am with my brand new purple GBA and this game. And from the very moment the title screen booted up, I was hooked. Provided I could see the screen anyway. Ah, that music. That haunting call. And the creaking door that follows when you make a selection. I could already tell this was a significant upgrade from the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color. And the game was good. So good. So good, in fact, that I made it my mission to power my way through the game and beat it. For the first time in my life, I actually beat a Castlevania game. And I did. Several times over. This game also had this nifty feature. Once you beat the game the first time, it would give you a password that you enter as your name, and when you do so, it'll give you bonuses. And then again, once you do so after beating that game. Kind of an early type of New Game Plus. So here we are, some 23 years later, as I sit down to play it again. I'm just as pumped as I was the day I got this game. But hold on just a minute. As I was preparing this video, I started uploading shorts again to my channel. Up until now, that's been the only type of video I've uploaded, so for my first long form, I wanted to start with my favorite game. So I decided to upload a teaser short to show that this video was coming. And the very first comment I get after not uploading for 10 months is this. Let me say one thing. Aria of Sorrow is a great game. An excellent game. It is undoubtedly one of the best in the series. It's one of the very few titles in the series to get a direct sequel. And you best believe, I will play it on this channel. So you're absolutely entitled to your opinion. And hey, a lot of people agree with you. But this game hits me right in the nostalgia. I know this game, to some, isn't regarded as highly as I clearly think of it. And depending on who you ask, it's not even considered canon to the greater story. As far as canonicity is concerned, who really cares? A lot of that stems from the god of Castlevania himself, Igarashi, declaring it so, because he didn't make it himself. Where this revisionist history of the game not being good is concerned, have you even played the game? No game is without its flaws, but the ratings are great. It won awards, and from personal experience, it plays like a Castlevania. It feels like a Castlevania. According to the box, the cartridge, the title screen, and even its inclusion in the advanced collection, it is a Castlevania. So I say it fits in just like any other title. While some things play differently like the DSS card system, that doesn't diminish the experience. This makes it unique to this particular game. I actually find the cards and their power-ups to be quite endearing. And while this is not normal to the Castlevania formula, the effects are par for the course. Just to be clear, if you do prefer another game over this one, that's fine. In fact, I encourage each and every one of you to tell me what your favorite game in the series is and why. In fact, not just Castlevania, but tell me what your favorite Game Boy Advance game is as well. Because I'm going to let you in on a little secret. This video is the first in what will be quite a long series, because I'm going to play every US released GBA game ever made. Obviously, there will be a few exceptions, such as the video cartridges and the NES series. Also, in cases like Pokemon, where there are multiple versions of the same game, I'm going to pick one. Also, while I'm clarifying the rules of this self-inflicted, torturous challenge, I'll also go ahead and distinguish that there is a distinct difference between play and complete, or for that matter, even beat. Some games released are barely even games. Endless runners, card games, board games, a number of sports games, party games, licensed games, and so many games that even back then would have been considered shovelware. So for games worth sinking the time into, you will see an in-depth critique with my experiences and opinions, like this one. With the rest, you'll most likely see multiple games in one video. To better clarify, where you will see individual videos for games in the Castlevania series, you will probably also see videos like Barbie Games video. So now let's actually play Circle Meets the Square. In this game, you don't play as one of the traditional leading family known as the Belmonts. No, instead, you play as Nathan Graves, a name that would definitely be used by an edgelord bassist in his emo garage band in the early 2000s. But I've actually streamed this game on Twitch several years ago, and my community decided that this is not Nathan, but instead the illustrious Chuck Belmont. So we shall refer to him as such. As I fall into this pit one more time, I can't help but feel like a kid again. So this handsome Kaiba to my Yugi is Hugh, the son of the old guy we blindly followed into Dracula's throne room, who immediately got himself captured by Dracula and his son and other random boy presumably thrown to their doom down in a pit. Good job. So naturally, Kaiba needs to change his depends and decides he's gonna find his own way through the castle. So now it's up to me, Chuck freaking Belmont, and I'm going to save my not dad and make sure the circle peg gets in the right hole. So this immediately feels very familiar, just like that old game. I'm slow, I have a whip, and there are a lot of monsters. But now I can do this. Woo! Oh hey, what's this? A Pokemon card. Let's just put that away for later. So far, the game is a lot like it was back in the day. Same playstyle, knockback, which I hate, sub-weapons, enemies, and so on. But then, another card. So here's how this works. In this game, we have the DSS system, which is your cards, and you have two rows. The top being a list of Greek gods that control the type of spell you cast, and the bottom are various creatures that dictate the flavor of said spell. Like here, Mercury changes your whip to have different elemental powers, and Salamander happens to be the fire elemental card. So we get Fire Whip. So after some exploring, whipping, and getting knocked back a few times, I find my first magical item, Dash Boots. With a quick little double tippy tap of the D-pad, I can run. This gets me to new, higher places because now I have momentum. Now yes, I'll go ahead and say it, this is definitely one of the negatives about the game. Double tap to run is ever so slightly tedious. I get they couldn't afford a run button with the GBA's limited real estate, but also, they probably could have. That being said, it's now instinct. I have to stop myself and recondition my brain not to double tap to run in other games. But yes, the fact you have to double tap does cause issues. It breaks momentum. If you need to turn, you have to double tap again. Say you got sausage fingers like me, sometimes you can hit that up button instead of left or right and just stop dead in your tracks. I did that several times in this playthrough. But there are worse things. No, this will not break me from loving this game. Now it's time for the first boss of the game. I guess we've officially entered the gates of hell because the first boss is none other than Cerberus. Luckily, he's pretty cheesable. I could mostly stay out of his way except for those few times where I didn't, and after making quick work of him, I unlocked one of the most useful items, or rather moves, in the game. Double. Now I can double jump, and that opens up so much of the game. In fact, a large chunk of the game's map only limits access to those with the double jump. But rest assured, there will be other means of traversal required for later areas. But a well-timed double jump will get you far. And far we have gone. After some short work, I'm already at the second boss, the Necromancer. We even get a bit of dialogue this time.
Extraordinary, to be dropped into the abyss and still live, but your luck is about to run out.
Yeah, okay, buddy. I love how Nathan just says, get out of my way.
Child, before I finish you, I will tell you some news. Your precious master is already in our power.
Not dead? No!
That old man will feed us with his soul. The rite has been prepared, and we only await the circle of the full moon.
And so, after he attacks me with some Cheerios, he turns into a summoned skull and wiffle balls around the stage until finally... I know Not Dad is still alive. Hold on. I'm a-comin'. Still don't know where Kaiba is, though. As a reward for beating the Necromancer and making all these Yu-Gi-Oh jokes, I get some football pads called Tackle. Now I can break the cobblestone Minecraft blocks that get in my way. As with any Metroidvania, or any adventure game really, you get items and upgrades that help with combat, traversal, and so on. But you also get these, single specific use case where all it does is break these blocks. That's it. Thanks, game. Oh hey look, Venus card. It's okay. Next we enter the Machine Tower. As with any other Castlevania game, this particular area is pretty annoying. Lots of moving platforms, things that will shoot you from off screen, and... oh no, Medusa heads! Suddenly, I'm reminded of my failures in the original game. I'm sorry, lady, I needed your delicious XP. After some masterful platforming and dodging the bullet hell that is this zone, I managed to snag the Jupiter card. Ha 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 ha, finally. This is one of my favorite cards in the game. Depending on what elemental card you pair it with, you get some form of shield, and my go-to is the Flame Shield. Other than the Summon card, which spoilers, but I don't pick it up in this playthrough. I use this card throughout the entire game. Soon we find our next boss, the Iron Golem. There's no fanfare here. No cutscene, just straight to the fight. And just like that, he's gone. But after the fight, Kaiba returns.
Yugi.
Kaiba, are you alright? What are you doing here? Are you trying to take my glory? Boy, I got dropped in the same pit as you. Man, the only way I've been able to get this far is I've had to fight all these golems and dodge them dang old Medusa heads. There was a two-headed dog and a summoned skull with Cheerios that hurt me. I'm just happy to make it this far. Plus, we gotta save Not Dad. You're in the way. I will defeat Dracula myself, and then... No, please, come back. Anyway, next boss item up for grabs are the kick boots. Now I can wall jump and go... Spider-Man, Spider-Man, I can now all jump, I'm Spider-Man. So I just picked up the Mandragora card, and as of right now, I'm not really sure what this card does. But when I figure it out, it becomes a literal lifesaver. This one isn't exactly a shield when paired with Jupiter, but instead, while standing still, it heals you. I will need this a lot later on. So this little area perplexed me for a good bit. I tried a few times to make this jump, all for an HP upgrade, which in all fairness is useful, but I guess I was hoping for another path or something more to explore than just this little crevice. Anyway, I just found my first teleporter. Now, while this is the first one we found, that doesn't mean we can't enter it and go somewhere else. So we do just that. But it takes me back right in front of Dracula's door. So back to the other one. At this point, I'm just filling out the map and looking for the next boss. I do find a few upgrades along the way. Oh! I mean, they didn't do much, but don't come running at me like that. I guess I have nowhere else I can go but back through that teleporter. Are you kidding me? That was right there? That button was right past the door. I could have been moving forward, but I looked at the map and believed I have been there already. I didn't realize that barrier was just right there. But again, I'm kind of lost at this point. I'm just trying to find the next opening, the next boss, the next whee! Back to the starting area. Finally, I find something new. But again, it's just one long hallway and I'm back to the familiar. How did I miss this heart? I could have done this in the beginning of the game. Well, now I've filled out all that I can in this area for the time being. Time to head back up. Finally, we enter a new area, the Eternal Corridor, and immediately get turned to stone. I love getting punched by bears. Oh look, grabby hands. We finally find the next boss room and... Kaiba! You! Back off! This is my trophy to claim. Oh no, he folded down. Well, see you later. This time we face a Dramalek, the giant goat thing. He looks like he was in the middle of a certain kind of encounter. Maybe he likes this. Ugh. So even though this boss doesn't move, this is the first difficult boss I've faced, simply because there's so much crap flying at me. I got the bubbles, the flames, the skulls. Holy crap, I died to this thing once. Then look how close I came to doing so again. Talk about the skin of my teeth. And for beating him, I get to push another button. Back to Kaiba. Damn, who asked you for help? Gee, Chuck, thanks for beating the fetish goat man that left my legs all shaky. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's why Hugh didn't want us to get in the way. Oh, my trophy. Don't think you defeated it. It was the power of that whip. See, he just wanted to use the whip. Then he goes on to tell me how jealous he is that Not Dad gave me the whip instead of him. Not Dad just knows the naughty things you do with it. Get it all sticky. But defeating the goat man didn't give me a new power-up. No, instead it showed me where I needed to go next. I needed to go to the absolute worst area in the game. My most hated, the sewers. This area is cruel. It's filled with this red water that hurts you if you touch it. And it kills you pretty quickly. Well, that might not be so bad, but most of the enemies in this area can freeze you. So not only do you get frozen, but you can get frozen in the red water. Then you just die faster. And I died a lot. Here they also introduced this switch flipping mechanic, so you've got to do so much backtracking. It's headache-inducing. I love this game! As said earlier, no, this game isn't perfect, and this area can go suck a butt. However, fortunately, it's a small piece of the puzzle in the grand scheme of things. It just sucks and I hate it. It was in this area that I finally learned the healing spell, and I abused the crap out of it. Finally, I might make it through this. After that slog, I finally find Camilla. And I don't have time for her dialogue. After what she put me through to get here, I'm just ready to see her gone. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no. After finally defeating her, she gives me the "you're too late" spiel, fades to dust, and we get the rock wing. This completely negates the wall jump and almost negates the double jump as well, because with this, you just launch yourself straight up in the air, and it is fun. From this point on, I feel mostly unstoppable. This is the point in the game where it feels like you've been given the keys to the kingdom, and the next step is just finding the next boss. And that's what I set out to do, but the sky was no longer the limit. The only thing holding me back at this point were those stupid boxes that I can't seem to move. I wonder what that could mean. The next boss on the list are the twin dragon zombies. They can actually be pretty difficult. Must have something to do with them both flailing their heads around, spitting fire, and trying to eat me. The best strategy for me is to deal with them one at a time, though when one is gone, the other one eats part of the dead dragon to regain health. Gross. After beating the dragon twins, we finally gained the heavy ring. Now we can finally move those pesky boxes. It's about time. We've been seeing these boxes since the beginning of the game, so that means I've got lots of backtracking to do, just to check up on every unexplored corner. We are now coming up on the last stretch of the game. At this point, I have all the tools necessary to access any room on the map minus one, Dracula's chambers. So basically, I'm looking for the key to get in. Hey look, another boss room. Oh, it's Death. I dig his drip. It's a Castlevania staple that towards the end of the game you face Death. Typically, he does have more to say though. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What was that? Okay, I didn't need to see your triple death penis. No thank you. He did it again! Quit it. Ha! I finally got him. What? I'm sorry, I don't see how turning into a goblin hermit crab is a legitimate strategy. And after the easiest section of a boss fight in the game, a portal opens up and pieces of his body fly off into it. Okay. After a quick heal, we're back to the game. And the item he gives us is cleansing. Cleanse specific bodies of what? This is just to turn the red water off, isn't it? Guess I gotta go back to the water. Yay. Yep, that's what it does. But what else did I miss down here? Honestly, nothing. There wasn't anything left for me to get down here other than a few power-ups. Oh well, now it's time to finish drawing out the map. I've still got to find a way into Dracula's chambers. Maybe this one holds the key to Dracula. Oh hey, it's Kaiba. So you finally arrived. Yeah, I know, it took me forever. I had to fight all these monsters. There was this golem, 2 dragons that ate each other, a giant BDSM goat, then death turned into a crab. Hey, why did you swing at me? That could have hurt. I am superior to you. Spoken like a true Kaiba. I will defeat you to prove myself to father. Not Dad is gonna be so pissed at you. And so we fight. After a riveting game of Leapfrog, I finally convinced Hugh to go full Super Saiyan. Then it's more Leapfrog. You can't catch me. Not gonna happen. Good thing I can jump and you can't. And that's that. Kaiba has been sent to the Shadow Realm. Now, stop it, Bad Hugh. I'm all right now. Brother, embrace me. I am sorry. I was envious of you. I know. When Father named you the successor, I was afraid I was worthless. I needed the recognition. That probably was the dark weakness that Father saw. But Kaiba realizes the error of his ways and bestows upon me the dual disc. Key to the castle. We can finally face Dracula. After some last-minute map filling, that's exactly what I'm going to do. So here we go, the moment we've been waiting for. Dracula himself. You have done well to come so far. Not Dad! What is a man? Impeccable timing. The time for the right is upon us. Your soul will become ours as well. Not on my watch. What is this, some kind of suicide squad? What an emotional display. But don't fool yourself. Even you must have darkness upon your soul. Never! Not with my friends at my side and the power of this Keyblade. To be superior, to be honored for your singular accomplishments, to be loved by all, to get the glory hole even at the expense of others. Man, sounds like Dracula had some pent-up aggression there. That is what your friend craved. I just increased that desire, that power. How dare you hurt Kaiba? To the Shadow Realm with thee! I really shouldn't have gone with the clock here. I like how Not Dad is just watching all this play out. And he goes down. But what's this? Power! I need my full power! And of course, he disappears into the seizure realm. I'm then told to give chase as Kaiba and Not Dad flee the castle. And now for the real fight. Ooh, the final battle with Dracula is hard. It took me several tries and lots of luck. I've beaten it before, but that doesn't make it any easier, especially since the last time was about 5 years ago. But after some time, it finally happens. But as per usual, Dracula leaves us with a warning. that he'll never stay gone forever, but I let him know that I'll be there too, and with that, the castle crumbles once again. This playthrough was just as much fun as it was back when the game first came out. And yes, I know this isn't and will never be some people's favorite Castlevania, but it is mine. And hopefully I've shown you why. If you've made it this far, you are a trooper. Thank you so much for watching this video. This is a love letter to one of my favorite games of all time, and also a jumping off point to start a long and grueling series where I'm going to play through every Game Boy Advance game, even the poopy ones. So be sure to subscribe for the next one, which most likely won't be a super long video about one singular game, but instead a collective of several games from one series or genre. Either way, we've got roughly 800 more games to get through, so let's get started on this journey together. We'll see you next time.
So the Game Boy Advance was home to a large variety of genres. That makes sense. As a successor to the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color, you would expect it to house all sorts of games. And like those systems, devs and franchises would just slap anything on the thing. Today we're talking about spy games, a prime example that anything goes on this beloved handheld. Some of the games on today's video do everything they can to earn that spy title. The rest? Oh boy. But before we get started, I've already ran into an issue on my quest to play every GBA game. I did a lot of back and forthing on the number of games I would end up having to play. As it turns out, the internet is not always 100% sure on the number. I thought I had found a proper checklist that had taken out all the duplicates, but for some reason it had also removed some random games, including some of the games in this video today. So rather than attempt to count backwards and then have to add games in at the end, just ignore that 819 at the end of the last video. That was number 1. We're counting up. My best guess for the total number of games I'll end up having to play once you factor out all the 3-in-1s, 4-in-1s, double packs, Pokemon-like games which are the same game that came in multiple versions only differentiated by something like color. I've got roughly 900 games to work through. I'm gonna be at this for a while. Even with games that have a 25-ish minute runtime. Speaking of, first up for today, we have Spy Muppets, License to Croak. Some people might like the look of this game and think, wow, this was on the GBA? To me though, there's just something unsettling about it. And spoiler alert, this is not the only one with this uncanny style of graphics either. This entire game is just a bunch of still images and minigames, some of which are repeated in one way or another. They really like the throwing thing. As stated before, this game is incredibly short and obviously intended for a younger audience. It's fine, I guess. Ah, Spy Hunter. I remember you fondly from my NES days. I was an idiot then. The controls are so touchy, but also unresponsive at the same time. And this game loves to end you before you even get started. You can back your car off the truck, then immediately explode because you accidentally launch into the same truck. There's another game on this cartridge called Super Sprint. It is also bad. But this isn't the only Spy Hunter game. This time we have a little more modern take.
Begin operation.
Here's something that will be a running theme in this and future videos. This may be a hot take, I don't know, but games in this perspective and first-person shooters on the GBA, not my favorite. At least this one does play a little bit better than its NES counterpart.
Mission failure. Interceptor destroyed.
Speaking of burning down in a fiery crash, next up is James Pond. I have no freaking clue what's happening. This is a fever dream with Bubsy physics. Why? Now he stretches. Okay. He gets really disappointed with you when you die, though. This is my sleep paralysis demon. Spy Kids 3D. There is absolutely nothing about this that's 3D. I know it's named after a movie and all, but video games from this time period threw the 3D tagline around on their titles like it meant something. So I expected the same here. God, the controls are clunky. My hitbox is eternal, but everything else has a teeny tiny little hitbox, so you gotta aim just right, or this stupid blue thing will kill you in an instant. At least when you die, you spawn right back in like you never left. I made it to this giant robot section, and even though you're slow as Christmas, the other giant robots can hit you fast, and from off screen. My favorite. Next up is Spy Kids Challenger. Challenger of my sanity. I didn't expect a novel in the opening of this game. You just jump. You just jump. You just jump with the loosest freaking controls!
This is the worst!
Let's all practice our vertical leap! Triple X. Am I allowed to show this on YouTube? Sounds kinda saucy. They really captured Vin Diesel's essence in this sprite work. You can just hear the mumble growl.
I am Groot.
In this game, you have a permanently horizontally fixated arm while you run forward and shoot spitwads at Huskies and New York Italians. Oh my god, that's some spicy breath. I've found the best strategy is just to shoot everybody in the dick. All jokes aside, that's a smooth walk cycle, except for that gun arm. Ice 9. Just a first-person shooter on a console with a D-pad, 2 face buttons, and 2 shoulder buttons. You can just imagine how well that works. Ballistic, X versus Sever. Hey look, another one! Okay, now that I've secured the area, time to find the secret entrance to the house. After making a few laps around the house, all I can see is this bump in the textures. Oh, this is how you squat. This is the most confusing maze. Everything looks the same. I can't make heads or tails of anything. Guess I'll just wander around until I find it. Some say he's still walking around that maze to this very day. Backtrack! It's another FPS. Actually, I'd say it's a bit of a Doom clone. What? You can immediately walk out of the level and lose just like that. That's pretty funny. This one is actually kind of fun though. It's balls hard, but not bad. How many humans to rescue? Dear God, that's ambitious for a Game Boy game. Probably the best of the bunch so far. Alex Rider Stormbreaker. This game is alright, I guess. Mostly just boring. The combat is very dry, aiming is hard, and it's overall just kind of slow. I actually played through a decent chunk of this game though, but my recording cut off on me. That made me mad, so I stopped playing. Next, 007 Nightfire, because I guess Dumpster Fire wouldn't have sold as well. Yet again, another FPS. As with several of these in this video, this game was a dumbed down version of a better game on a console. And again, another first-person shooter you're expected to play with the D-pad. Now, I don't know if my time with these games has made playing them a little more manageable. The fact that I'm recording all these games with my RG Cube and therefore reaching for the joystick has created a placebo effect where these feel just a little more manageable to play. Either that or this one is made slightly better than the rest. But I don't hate how this plays. The thing I do hate, though, is after beating the first stage, I cannot for the life of me figure out how to get to any of the other ones. And finally, we have Everything or Nothing, another 007 game, but it plays from an isometric view, and immediately throws you into the action. At least you don't have to worry about aiming your gun, just shoot in any direction, and the bad guys just die. The game even has a nap button. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. There we go. Solving the problem. Solving the problem. As far as games I've played today go, it could be a lot worse. But it's still very clunky and quite the slog to get through. Seems to be a running theme for these games. Most of these have been movie tie-in games, or at least movie adjacent, with a few exceptions. And almost just as many are very dumbed down versions of a better, or at least a higher budgeted game. I don't know what James Pond is, though. Ugh. I think I had the most fun with the Muppet game and Backtrack, but even those, while alright, were far and away from the best this console has to offer. And yes, I'll get to more of those in time, but I said I was going to play them all, and that includes shovelware too. Going forward, this will most likely be the duality of my uploads, with a few planned exceptions in the future, of course. You've got one deep dive, full playthrough videos of great games that I can talk endlessly about, and the other, collection videos that explore a specific franchise or theme. That's not to say all of those are bad games, it's just that I probably won't do a deep dive on most of them. That being said, I am open to suggestions. If there's any game that you believe I didn't give a fair shake, let me know. And if enough people want to see a revisit, I'll do that. Let me know in the comments what your favorite GBA game is. And if you love or hate any of the games I played today, subscribe for more because I'm slowly but surely playing every US released GBA game ever made. I know you don't want to miss that. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Adventure, wonder, excitement, the journey. I have often longed to go on adventures, to explore brave new worlds, discover new exciting things, and face new challenges to find great treasures.
But sadly, I live a rather boring life. Day in and day out, I spend my time toiling away, driving a forklift, unloading trucks and sorting materials, living paycheck to paycheck, going home tired, waking up tired, day after day after day. And to answer the obvious question, yes, I am forklift certified. In order to have any hopes of scratching that adventurous itch, I look to video games. And one such video game series that definitely scratches that itch is The Legend of Zelda. It does also, however, simultaneously increase that adventurous desire, so I guess it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Maybe a master sword, if you will. I'm sorry, pretend I never said that. I don't want to go to the penitentiary. However, I find myself craving playing this game. You heard me right. I have been dying to play, or rather replay, The Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap. I had originally intended to put this game further down the list. Save some of the best for last, as it were, but I couldn't. This game is comfort to me. I've been humming the music in my head for days, even while playing through some of the games from the last video. As an added bonus, this will only be my second ever playthrough of the Minish Cap. I have not touched this game since it originally came out, so in a way, most of this game will be like a fresh new experience. It's been over 20 years, plenty of time to forget everything. Now you may ask yourself, you said this game is comforting to you. How can it be comforting if you haven't touched it in over 20 years? Well, you see, much like many of you I would imagine, I consume a lot of media related to video games. I watch retrospectives, critiques, lore breakdowns, best and worst of lists, and let's plays. I also read comics and manga. I watch anime, and so on. I'm a giant nerd, a giant, starchy nerd. As such, I see this game pop up from time to time, and every time I do, I think to myself, man, I really need to play that again. But I just haven't had the chance up until now, when I basically forced myself to do so. As an aside, I hope you've noticed that the audio quality on my mic has greatly improved. For one thing, I'm actually using a mic now. No joke. For the Circle of the Moon video, I broke out the voice recorder on my phone and I recorded all my audio while holding my hand over one side of the phone so you couldn't hear the fan running in the background. I had to turn off the AC though, because you would have absolutely heard that. Last video I did use this mic I'm using now, but I was still dialing in the settings. Hopefully this video will be even better. Even though I'm currently sick. Another new addition you may have noticed is that my little mascot here has appeared significantly more already in this video than the previous ones. I've been working quite a bit in the background, drawing up different expressions to give a little more life to my content. I'm a one-man operation with a full-time job, and I also edit for the wonderful Miss Hoboslayer. So it may take some time for me to really get dialed in, but bear with me. More and more polish will appear over time. It just might take a bit because I am so busy. Just be patient with me. I strive to make the best videos for you that I can, and for myself. I like to be happy with the product I make. Thank you for understanding. And I hope you continue to come back for more as I continue to grow and evolve. So for number 15 on my list of GBA games played, let's jump into The Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap. I'm sorry, it's just in my nature to be incapable of taking things too seriously. So allow me to introduce Lork. In this game, we learn that a long time ago, when the world was on the verge of being swallowed by shadow, the tiny beings known as Picori appeared from the sky, bringing the hero of men a sword and a golden light. With wisdom and courage, the hero drove out the darkness. And when peace had been restored, the people enshrined that blade with care. And so our journey begins. Hey look, it's Princess Zelda. I wonder what legend she has brought for us today. So this old guy is called Master Smith. He's my grandpa, and he seems to be smithing a sword. So it seems the princess has snuck out of the castle to see little old me, Lork. And she wants to take me to the Picori Festival. Aw, How sweet. This is such a cute game. As is tradition in these games, Link is always sleeping. You almost always seem to start these games in bed. Reminds me of where I prefer to spend most of my time in real life. So we're off to the festival, but it's not all fun and games. My grandpa also tasked me with taking the sword he just finished to the minister. I love how the subtext tells me to make sure I don't lose the sword. We're told that it will be presented to the winner of some competition. I wonder who it could be. So off we go. Zelda is so excited. The town of Hyrule is bursting with goings-on. Is that Beetle? I love Beetle.
Thank you!
Zelda is just so adorable in this game. Just watch as she jumps from place to place. Apparently, we've won a prize from the creepy bell creature. The choices are a heart-shaped stone, a red rupee, or a tiny shield. So naturally, Zelda chooses the shield. Aw, she got it for me. I will cherish it forever. Now back to the mission at hand. Look at this little Deku scrub. God, this is such a cute game. Hey, that was rude. Well, we get our first test of the shield, and the first microscopic bit of actual gameplay. We have to block the scrub's nuts. If only we had some way of defending ourselves from those nuts of his. You can't make this stuff up. I did it.
Please forgive me, sir. I heard there was a festival and I came to town hoping to my wares. Unfortunately, we scrubs have a tendency to spit nuts when we speak. Everyone got scared and ran away, and no one would buy anything. This is a terrible place to do business. I'm going back to my cave.
And off he goes. Finally, we found the minister and present him with the sword. The guards just brought out the Picori blade and its weird box thing. It's totally not a bad idea to bring it out in the open or anything. Whoever wins the competition gets the right to touch it, but only once. Look at that handsome king there. He's such a round fellow, like me. So someone named Vati is the champion of the competition. That sounds like a cool name. I bet he's a great guy. I dig the purple. That giggle, though. To think things would go this well. The Picori blade and the bound chest spoken of in Hylian lore. This chest must hold that which I seek. I'll relieve you of its contents now. Uh-oh. The guards are on guard. He just flung them off screen. How dare he? Do not interfere with me. As victor, I've earned the right to approach the Picori blade. I've been waiting for this moment. The sword is broken, and now the box is open too. Oh god, a bunch of spirits or chaos emeralds or something just flew out. The king just said bye, but Zelda has some power of her own, and she and Vati approach each other to duel. The princess with the mystic aura, the power that was gifted to the people of Hyrule, still flows within the veins of the ladies of its royal family. Interesting. If I leave you now, you'll only cause me trouble later. That will never do. To stone with you. Who says that? That's just weird. But I, Lork, will protect you, Zelda. Stand back. Never mind. Oh no, she got stoned. All who stand in my way shall share this fate. Now to find out what power awaits me in this chest. Empty? There was nothing in there but a rabble of monsters. What is the meaning of this? Well, I know the force I'm after is somewhere out there. I'm in no hurry. I can take my time searching for it. Back to bed. After waking up, once again, the king tasked me with tracking down the sorcerer Vati and fixing the Picori blade, and of course, to save the princess as well. So he gives me the Picori blade and a sword I can actually use and sends me out to first find the legendary Picori people who live in the Minish Woods. So now our adventure truly begins. We set off to save the princess, fix the blade, and hunt down Captain Chuckles. But first, we gotta go to the woods and find a tribe of teeny tiny people. That makes perfect sense. The king is sending a child into the woods filled with monsters to search for microscopic people. He's sending me to my death, isn't he? Anyway, after a bit of exploring in the woods, Lork hears a strange voice.
Oh! Won't somebody stop them? Oh! Oh! Help! Somebody! Can anybody hear me?
I've got to help whoever that... Ooh, Biscandy. Back to the rescue.
Hey, kid! You there! Oh! Hey, don't just stand there! Do something! Oh! What's wrong with you? You like watching me take this abuse? Help me! Phew! Well done. That was close. Not that I couldn't handle them myself. But that's besides the point. What in the world is a lone child doing so deep in the woods?
The king sent me to look for little people.
Oh, I see. The Picori, you say? And Vati? Vati's cursed someone? What? The sacred blade? Is that so? I see. You know, you and I have a lot in common. You see, I too am on a quest to break a curse of Vati's. And you say that reforging the sacred blade can break his curse? Well then, you have found yourself a companion, my boy. My name is Eslo. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. What? Is there something on my face? Quit staring, it's rude.
He can't keep up with me.
If it isn't one thing, it's another. You're a troublesome boy.
Come here! So Eslo perches himself atop my head. Wait, is that his butthole on my hair? I don't know if I like this.
There, now you can't possibly leave me behind.
Do I feel suction?
My, it's quite comfortable up here. More comfortable than it looks, surely. The hair tickles my insides. And much easier on me. Just ignore the occasional fart smell. Hey, quit your squirming. Can't you sit still? See? There. You're stimulating me in new and exciting ways I've never experienced before. Yes, that's it. Much better. Now, I suppose a boy like you still has much to learn about the world.
I'm not sure I want to learn the lessons you have to teach. Also, what is it with Link always having to be assimilated and go through all these horrible transformations? It's gotta be rough being Link.
Ah, such a hopeless child.
Well, with our new hat, we continue our journey to look for tiny people in the woods until we approach this stump. This is where Eslo tells me he can make me tiny by using the stump as a portal. And when I'm tiny, I can finally find the Picori, or as he calls them, the Minish. So he sings me the songs of his people and I begin to shrink. Tiny Lork is so tiny that he needs a thought bubble of his face to show you where he is on screen. Finally, we find the Minish. And none of them speak a lick of English. Until finally, we find the Minish Pope, and he does speak English. He tells us his name is Uncle Fester, and that we need to put some kind of jabbernut in our mouth so we can understand the Minish language. So off we go to the nearby house, which is one of the shortest and easiest fetch quests in the game. But at least now we can speak Little Speak. And with this, we now learn what we have to do to reforge the sword. And we have to collect the 4 elements, and the first one is right next door, in our first dungeon, Deepwood Shrine.
One of the coolest parts of this dungeon, in my opinion, is this barrel that, because we're tiny, seems giant to us, and we have to rotate it to pass through. Eventually, we find the big item of this dungeon, the Gust Jar. It's great at sucking and blowing. It will be doing a lot of that from here on out. In all seriousness, it is very useful for traversal, certain enemies too, and is necessary for defeating our first dungeon boss, the big green choo-choo. You gotta suck up all his foot goop so his giant head is too heavy to stay upright. Then you get to wail on him in true button mashing glory. So the big thing about this game, no pun intended, is that most of the dungeons are tiny, and if not, there are sections where you have to become tiny to defeat the bosses. So most of these enemies would be nothing to us at normal size, but because we're technically 4 pixels tall here, this thing is colossal. And with a little hard work, we've got the first element. Next, we have to find someone called Malari at Mount Krennel to reforge the sword. Okay, just a little side thing. Watch the skill here with this business scrub. Nice! Finally, we make our way to Malari's mines. Here, Malari takes our broken sword and tells us he needs some time to reforge it. And he also grants us permission to enter the mine, aka our next dungeon, the Cave of Flames. This dungeon can be pretty annoying. It's got these rail cars, these stepping stones that crumble over lava. Some even have spikes and then you have to flip them over. Which brings us to the big item of this dungeon, the Cane of Picori. It flips things. Yay! Next up is Gleerock, the boss of this dungeon. You have to flip his upside down table back over so he'll lay his head down for you. Then you can crawl on him and beat up the diamond on his back before he burns you to death. After defeating him, we get the fire element. Now let's go get our sword. And just in time too, Malari has finished forging our sword. He calls it the White Sword. He also tells us we need to go to the Sanctuary in Hyrule Castle. While in the Sanctuary, the 2 elements we've collected power up our sword and give us the power to split in 2. This should come in handy. But someone is watching us. Interesting. You're the last person I expected to find here. And just as I was wondering who could be behind this, I find my old master. Vati is back. And as always, you are dressed in the shabbiest of rags. My curses are not to be mocked. The one I cast on you is most powerful. No matter what power you wield, you will never break it.
You haven't changed in the slightest. I should have never created that cap. It only fueled your insane desires.
Fool! A hat that grants the wishes of its wearer is a spectacular creation. Thanks to you, I have gone from being meek, minuscule nothing, to the greatest sorcerer alive. You cannot stop me now, and I have you to thank for it. Accept this small feature of gratitude from me.
Wait, Vati, wait!
Oh no, a trap.
That's foul, Vati. What could he be scheming now? Lark, I feel I owe you an explanation of what has happened. You see, Vati and I are both Minish.
Dun dun dun! So Eslo proceeds to tell us he was a sage and a craftsman, and Vati was his apprentice. Vati took a hat that Eslo made that grants the wishes of the wearer and transformed into what we see today. He tells Eslo he's after something called the Light Force. He then cursed Eslo to be a bird hat thing. And the rest we've already seen. Then that purple bastard strikes again. Who's there? What? Vati? How did you get in here? What are you doing? Not in front of the princess.
It looks like you're all here. Very well, the King of Hyrule has words for you.
You all know of the power the Bakori gave to mankind, do you not? The golden light force of limitless magical power. I want it. It is somewhere here in Hyrule. Go now and bring me this power. Waste no time. Go forth at once and bring me the light force. Fling anyone who refuses into the dungeon. Him and his family too. I will tolerate no disobedience. Well, crap. Next, we enter the Fortress of Winds. The item of this dungeon is the mole bits, which allow us to dig through dirt. And the boss of this dungeon is Mazal, a giant Aztec-looking floating head with 2 large floating hands. And of course, you have to attack his hands, defeat them, so his head will drop to the ground. Then you shrink and climb inside his head and attack a pillar inside. And you have to do this a couple times. But after defeating him, we find the wind element is not here, and the people of this temple have moved it into the sky. But in the meantime, here's an ocarina. We can use it to fast travel to these points on the map. Next, in the Temple of Droplets, we find the water element, but it gets eaten by a giant, to us, Octorok, which is the boss of this particular dungeon. He's got some foliage on him. You have to deflect his rocks that he spits, then light his flower tail on fire with the item of this dungeon, the lantern. Then he turns the room dark and tries to ram you. But once defeated, we finally receive the water element. After leaving the temple, we're greeted by a ghost. He tells us he's a former king of Hyrule named Gustav, and he tasks us with a command in the form of a riddle. Stand before me, then the path will open. He sends us to a graveyard called Royal Valley. Here we journey underground, under a gravestone, to find Gustav once again. He gives us a golden kinstone. Ah yes, kinstones. A point of contention for many in this game. Kinstones are halves of red, blue, green, and gold coins that you have to match with people, animals, and even spots on the wall to make various things happen in this game. Some unlock chests, pathways, special monsters, and even quest-specific happenings such as this one. I don't mind them so much, it's just they can be annoying at times. This particular kinstone that Gustav gave us opens this stone door in Vale Falls. And after climbing this mountain, we soar into the clouds. In this area, we puzzle our way to the next dungeon, the Palace of Winds. Here we get the final dungeon item, Brock's Cape, which allows us to jump. Something you don't get to do very often in Zelda games. The boss, or bosses of this dungeon, are called Georg. I like that name, Georg. A pair of sky stingrays that you have to alternate between, beating the snot out of their eyes when they open. This is the only dungeon boss that I died to. It was quite difficult. But after finally defeating them, we get the fourth and final element, the wind element. It's finally time to restore the full power of the Sacred Blade. And it then becomes the Four Sword, and takes us to a stained glass room that retells the opening of the game. But then, so that's what it means. Eslo, you really are too kind. First you give me my magic cap, and then you guide me here. You've been far too generous, but now I no longer have any use for you. At last, I finally know the location of the light force.
Lork, wake up. Can't you wake up? Lork! Vati disguised himself as the king to search for the light force. When he learned of this place, he waited for us to reforge the blade. If the stained glass is accurate, Princess Zelda holds the light force. Vati will do what it takes to steal that power from her. If he succeeds, we may never be able to return the princess to normal. We've wasted too much time, Lork. We must stop Vati.
So that's exactly what we'll do. Oh shit. So after the grueling gauntlet that is the evil version of Hyrule Castle, I enter this room. You're persistent, aren't you? So you've come to stop my little ceremony. Well, you're too late. A mere 3 more chimes of the bell will bring the ceremony to its end. And with the 3rd toll of the bell, I will become like a god. And your precious Princess Zelda will be nothing more than cold, dead stone. So we have to hurry to save Zelda. And you really can run out of time here. I did a few times. But once we reach that room in time, just a few more moments, and the ceremony would have been complete. You really are obsessed with stopping me, aren't you? Ah, very well. I have not yet drained all the light force housed in Princess Zelda, but what I have should suffice. I shall be transformed, unstoppable. But let me first attend to the pesky worms who would trifle with me. I will have no more of your interfering with my plans. Let me show you true power. So then begins the final boss fight. After some time, I figure out his patterns and manage to finally best him. And then he transforms into a biblically accurate angel. So it's time for a healthy round of eyeball poking. What? What is this madness? I have the power of a god! I have unstoppable might! How could I lose to a child? After defeating Vati, it's time to free Zelda. But then the castle begins to collapse, and we must make our escape. And of course, we have to find our way out, which is different from the way we got in. Finally, the door to the sanctuary. We can return everything to Nook. Oh no. The eyeball has returned, this time with grabby hands. But he is no match for Lork and his magical bird hat and foursome sword. Fool, but the light force, my power, I had such power! Vati is finally, truly defeated. And Eslo returns to his normal state. Not as bird-like anymore. He then places the wish cap on Zelda's head so she can Thanos snap everything back to normal. Then the hat crumbles as Hyrule returns to its former glory. Now we need a new hat. Oh, thanks, Eslo. And with that, we finally finished the game. I did truly enjoy my time with the Minish Cap. I didn't 100% the game, but that's mostly due to time and real life circumstances having made finishing the video difficult. As mentioned in the beginning, I work full time, and I edit, while trying to make my own videos. I hope you enjoyed this video. Please leave it a like. Subscribe if you haven't already to see what GBA games I play next time. I've still got a ton to go. Tell me in the comments if you've ever played this game and what you think of it. Have a great day, and I'll see you next time.
Well, that sets the mood for the whole video. The Game Boy Advance is home to 2 distinct Metroid games, not counting the NES port of the first one. One is a groundbreaking experience that is not only one of the greatest games in the series, but possibly one of the best games in general. The other is Metroid Fusion. Now that I've thoroughly upset a handful of people, let me double back just ever so slightly. Metroid Fusion is a good game. A tough, challenging game that is the bridge between Super Metroid and Metroid Dread. Without it, Metroid Zero Mission and Metroid Dread probably wouldn't even exist. It's a beautiful game that plays well and tells an interesting story. So why did I start off so hard on this game? Well, for starters, that story I mentioned. While it's great, and it ties a lot of lingering plot threads together and confirms a lot of things about Samus, it's so front and center that it straight up stops the game and makes you read it. The doors literally lock in front of you until you listen to your computer navigator not only tell you what's happening, but also where to go and what to expect along the way. So what you're left with is a very linear game that doesn't let you stray too far off the beaten path and spoon feeds you information. Now, there's nothing wrong with any of this. Even though I was harsh in the beginning, I'm going to make very clear that I do very much enjoy this game. At the very least, I don't feel as pressured to hunt for sequence breaks or anything like that. I can just play the game and enjoy the story for what it is. So what is the story of this game anyway? Samus was protecting a research team on the surface of the planet SR-388 when she encounters a creature that's not all it seems. After dispatching the creature, a gooey bit of goo flies into Samus. Neat. This gooey goo is a parasitic organism known only as X. So the X parasites give Samus the big sick, and everything starts to warble around like an acid trip ate another acid trip.
NANI?!
And that's when Samus crashes into those asteroids from before. But her ship launches the escape pod at the last second, and she's recovered by the researchers. There they had to surgically remove parts of her power suit as the X had consumed large portions of it. Samus was fading fast, but luckily at the last second, a cure was cultivated from Metroid DNA. Finally, Samus has reached a status that Link could only dream of. Because Samus now has Metroid DNA, she is part Metroid. So now, she is Metroid. Not only that, but she's been fused with a Metroid. Metroid Fusion. Eat your heart out, Legend of Link. So, funny story is that a new game in the Legend of Zelda series was recently released, and it stars Zelda as the protagonist, so we finally actually have a actual Legend of Zelda game. So, anyway, so this Metroid Fusion definitely has some side effects. Samus' suit got weird. It's very, to use a term I learned from Transformers Beast Wars, techno-organic. But I actually really like it. As long as it stays blue. Spoiler alert, it doesn't. I think it looks really cool though.
This is a clever way also to explain why Samus loses all her abilities in the beginning of the game. They were literally stripped from her. But one added bonus of this new suit is that despite Samus now being very squishy, literally, because the Metroid is designed to eradicate the X-Parasite, Samus absorbs them when she touches them, and they restore her health and, oddly enough, missiles once she acquires them. Also, the X-Parasite may have killed the researchers there and taken over all life forms aboard the station. Speaking of missiles, our computer navigator tells us we have to download missiles in order to gain the ability to use them. Neat. Next, we grab our first E-Tank just before falling into the pit where the first Core X parasite resides, and it takes the form of Arachnus. Something of note about the bosses of this game is they use the ability that we will gain from defeating them. As you can see, it rolls around the stage, so when we defeat it, we get the Morph Ball, a series staple. I guess Samus's Chozo DNA allows her bones to rubberize when she is in this form, because otherwise that can't be very comfortable. Anyway, now she can roll through small openings as a ball, which she will be doing a lot. Next, our computer guide tells us there's something wrong in Sector 1 and we need to head there immediately. So at this point you might be wondering, why is there this scary wide-eyed normal Samus scaring the spooky dookie out of us? As it turns out, when the surgeons removed her old armor, her infected suit pieces were taken to the BSL station, where they gained life. And this we'll come to find out is known as the SAX. Huh, that's weird. In Sector 1, our computer tells us something's up with the atmospheric stabilizers and we need to go investigate. Next up, we find a Chozo statue. Hey, wait a minute. You're not a Chozo statue. It's another Core X. This one has an eyeball, and it shoots us. But after defeating it, we gain the Charge Beam. Then in the next room, we find our way to the final stabilizer. But our computer tells us there's more to be done. It's time in Sector 2. It's at this point Samus starts to reflect on her old commander, Adam Malkovich, and her computer reminds her of him, and she starts referring to him as such, at least in her mind. In Sector 2, Adam tells us that he's learned about the SAX, and that she's really scary and will give us the biggest spanking if we encounter her. With no chance of defeating her, we just need to run like the brave bounty hunter we are, because she has all of our old powers and should make quick work of our little jelly Metroid body. Intriguing. Now we gotta go find another data room and download bombs. I'm just not sure about downloading all these explosives. But first we need to make our way to a security room to unlock blue hatches. In other games in the series, the different colored doors are opened by different types of ammunition such as bombs, charge beams, and so on. But in this game, we have to find these security rooms to unlock them. But we finally get our Morph Ball bombs. We're going to be using these a lot. So many paths are hidden away behind bombable blocks like these. And another E-Tank. So we find our way to the next Core X that takes the shape of...
That's a penis!
They call this Zazaby, which I'm pretty sure is a mobile suit. This thing is gross. Reminds me of those worms in Peter Jackson's King Kong, which also unlocks a core fear of mine.
But as one would expect after a good pounding, it shrinks down in size and the gooey innards come out, giving us the much needed high jump, and we can also jump in ball form. Neat. Afterwards, we almost have our first run-in with the SAX. You can always tell it's close when you hear your own heartbeat, but it just leaves before we get the chance to say hi. Back in the navigation room, Adam tells us that unlocking the security doors may not have been the best idea after all, and now the SAX is running freely, terrorizing this whole station. So next we have to head to Sector 4 to undo some of her damage. Once in Sector 4, we're told to seek out the next boss, Saris. Oh. Never mind then. Oh wait, there it is. I guess the eggs learned how to be Saris too. But with its defeat, we regain the speed booster. Now we can run fast. Up until this point, the water in most of this sector has been electrified, but we can now lower the water levels to safely traverse through the area. Next, we head to Sector 3, the hot one. Here we get to unlock level 2 doors. This, of course, lets all the goodies in, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. We're tasked with downloading data for super missiles here, so that's what we're going to do. This room has an interesting layout. Wonder what that could mean. But at last, we download the data to get our super missiles. And immediately the ground begins to shake. Things have changed here. The ground keeps shaking as more and more doors get destroyed by something. This cannot be good. Oh, we're back in this room. With our next boss. This box robot isn't infected by an X, so we don't get to absorb anything, just have to beat him and let him go about his merry way. And he does just that. Hey, watch where you drop those things. So we give chase, but he's already escaped, and Adam tells us to go to Sector 6. But then... what's Adam up to? And who's that shady shade character he's talking with? Sector 6, Adam tells us about the Varia suit, but also cold X parasites are in this area. And since I'm so susceptible to the cold, I need to avoid them. Only problem is they don't want to avoid me. Hey, quit it. Stop! No! Oh, look, a missile tank. Wait, why did it grow wings? Oh, there's the real one. Oh God, a whole room of them. And they all want to put me on the couch and make me smile for the camera. Oh good, the E-Tank didn't sprout wings and fly away. I'm a bit gun shy now. Uh-oh, the Sax has returned. Better stay hidden. Oh crap, what are you doing? At least it only did like 20 damage. Man, them super missiles make a difference on those boss doors. Hey, quit downloading my armor. So this big Core X downloaded my Varia suit, and now it's bigger and got balls because of it.
But that's okay. I can handle it all the same. And get my suit back.
I don't know what I expected.
I guess it's just my brain pre-programming me to believe that the Varia suit would mean I'd get my old digs back. And maybe that would have been the case if the X hadn't munched all on my download terminal. But just swapping the colors makes it ugh. Don't get me wrong, I love the design of the fusion suit in blue, but this does not have the same appeal. At least now the blue meanies can't hurt me anymore, and they know it too. After the first few just get absorbed, the others start to run away. And now Adam is utterly amazed I got the Varia suit without his knowledge. I think this is where his mask slips a little bit, and we get to see a peek of his ulterior motives. Though he still tells me I'm too weak to take on the sacks. At least for now. Next I have to get to Sector 5 so I can hunt down ice missiles, because my Metroid DNA won't let the ice beam work properly. And the plasma beam is also here apparently. In Sector 5, I'm told that I'll have to unlock level 3 hatches and download ice missiles. Like you do. So I finally unlock the level 3 hatches, which are the yellow ones. And now maybe I get my ice bombs. Which is easy enough. I knew the E-tanks would grow bat wings at some point. Now it's happening now.
But now it's happening now.
But at least I did get the real one. What's that flying in the background? I wonder if it'll be important. Uh-oh. What the heck is going on? I think there's an emergency in Sector 3. Let's see what Adam has to say about it. Looks like I have 6 minutes to get to the boiler room. I guess we need to boogie then. Finally made it. What the? Is that a person? Nope, it's just a Core X. And it's one of those with the eyeball that shoots when I shoot. But now we get the wide beam at least. And the cooling unit is back online, ending the countdown. Still crazy how that thing could look like a person. Now it's time to return to the main deck. Is that Ridley? Oh well, moving on. Hey look, animals. I think these are the same ones that were in Super Metroid. Let's free them. With that, Adam determines that no researchers have survived on the station, and now we need to find the power bombs. Should be fun. With power bombs acquired, it's time to yet again have a run-in with the SAX. But it's okay because she can't see through walls. Next, Adam tells us to return to our ship. However, the power dies while we're in the elevator. Hey, we're back at the Ridley Popsicle. What's this? Well, that can't be good. We finally make it back to the ship to find our animal buddies are safely on board. Too bad we can't leave yet. We've got more exploring to do. I found another boss door. This time it's a giant spider that sucks, and I hate it. After finally besting this annoying creature, we regain the space jump. And the auxiliary power is restored. But now we've got some yard work to do. The vegetation around here is getting out of hand and we have to find the source. But first, the Sax is back. And this time, it's our first for real encounter for real. I had to try this a couple times to finally get past her. She's pretty ruthless and unavoidable in this section. You literally fall down on top of her. But after finally losing her, I find myself at another boss door. Ah yes, the mother brain fight of this game. This is both one of the creepiest and most annoying fights in the whole game. You have very little ground to stand on. You're constantly getting hit from all angles, and when you do finally beat it, it turns into a beam core because it has the plasma beam. I recently learned there's like 1 pixel you can stand on that keeps the spores from hitting you, but I didn't know this at the time, so I had to beat it the hard way. When I finally did beat it, I cheered. And I gained the plasma beam. That's also nice. Once again, Adam is surprised by our progress and sends us to Sector 5. I can't help but feel like every time we do something Adam doesn't dictate himself, it sends him closer and closer to punishing us. Uh-oh. It seems as though it's finally time to face the nightmare. Oh my. It does look like nightmare is running rampant on this sector. Uh-oh. Boss door. Must finally be time to face him. Dear God, what is that thing? So this is Nightmare. A very creepy pain in the anus to defeat. And just watch his face as you do more damage to him. He loves to change up his pattern and make it almost impossible to dodge him when he flies around. I think he took me longer to beat than any other boss in this game. You have to start off damaging his little reactor penis, then once that's properly castrated, pelt his ever-melting face with bombs. Eventually he'll go down with enough patience, which I ran out of a few times. But after about an hour, I finally beat him and regained the gravity suit. I do like the purple a bit more. Definitely fits better than the orange. Next we add diffusion to our missiles. I think I used this twice. Uh-oh. Adam doesn't seem to like us getting more upgrades without permission. But he sends us to Sector 6 anyway. Hey look, he's back. And this time, he's pissed. But after we beat him, we get the wave beam.
No entry without authorization.
Restricted area.
No entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
Are those Metroids? I thought that in the previous games all the Metroids were exterminated. It seems as though they're creating them in this lab, and I bet that's why things have been so weird here. This is what the researchers were working on. This is where the cure they gave Samus came from. Those sneaky sneaks. But it seems like I'm not the only one who's discovered this. The Sax is back, and they're attacking the Metroids.
60 seconds to
Excuse me. Excuse me. Hey, get out of the way! Well, the booty just fell off the station, and with it the SAX. Neat. But Adam seems to be upset with our actions here. We shouldn't have done that? So the Federation has been secretly working on a Metroid breeding program. Certainly, you must have had doubts when you saw Sector 1, SRX, a faithful replica of SR388's ecosystem. Ideal for raising Alpha, Gamma, Zeta, and even Omega Metroids. This research even uncovered techniques for rapid growth. Imagine creating an Omega from a larval Metroid in days. But that research is finished. The X has smelled out its natural enemy, and one of the SAX is on its way here. More than one? This can't be good. Adam says there are no fewer than 10 of them on board the station. No, this is not good. Not good at all. Adam tells us to run, that we need to get back to HQ, ASAP, and PDQ. This all hits a little hard as we slowly ascend the elevator one more time. So much to take in. The Federation that we have trusted, that saved our life, is also doing some shady stuff behind the scenes. What now? What can we expect to be around the next corner? Ridley. Ridley's what's around the corner. The sounds he makes are ear-piercing. But defeating him grants us the screw attack. Now everything shall fall in our path. In the next navigation room, Adam tells us we're done and that we should leave the rest of the Federation. We're not having that. He tells us that the Federation has developed an interest in the X and our X clone in particular, believing they have endless potential, but we know how dangerous and heartless they truly are. If the Federation comes to the station now, they will be killed. Adam goes on to tell us, though, because the Federation knew we would destroy the SAX, they intentionally withheld upgrades and stopped sending data, out of fear that we would grow too powerful. But again, we know what will happen if the Federation comes here. As soon as the Federation ships land, the X will overwhelm them and absorb the knowledge and power of their occupants. The X are just waiting for the hunt to begin, and then they'll spread across the universe. Galactic civilization will end. The X hunger for form, knowledge, and power. They mimic these perfectly, but they cannot copy the soul. They're single-minded, instinctively seeking to increase in number. They're a plague, and the Federation underestimates their threat. The X must not leave here. I must destroy them all before the Federation arrives. This station has a self-destruct mechanism. I must use it to destroy the X here and on the planet. I must send them to oblivion. Them, the station, and myself if I have to. But Adam refuses to open the doors. He's been ordered to confine us here until the ships arrive. But we let it slip. We call him by the name we'd given him in our minds. And something in him finally clicks. So he asks what Adam would do. And of course, we tell him to do what is good for all of the galaxy. To destroy the station and the X along with it. For the sake of the universe. So Adam finally decides to help us with our final mission here.
Let's set this ship ablaze. As the heroic music plays, we set our sights on the room in the upper corner of the station to start the self-destruct sequence. But as I enter this room, I know that I must finally face the dreaded SAX. But then it transforms into a new form. Ugh, that's gross. But it doesn't last long, and finally devolves into a Core X that runs away once we defeat it. But at least we can finally activate the self-destruct. And we got 3 minutes to boogie out of here. But our ship is gone, and in its place the shell of a freshly hatched Metroid. An Omega, in fact. Ow! What's this? The SAX come to save us? But it was no use. I guess we'll have to absorb it finally. And we're back to our former glory. And with that thing finally defeated, and 30 seconds left on the clock, our ship comes to the rescue. And with that, the station descends into the planet, and we dildo off into the sky. As it turns out, the mind of our dear former CEO has been uploaded into the computer AI that we had been communicating with this whole time. It just took me reminding him of who he was for that to come out. But I fear that our actions, as heroic and necessary as they may be, may still yet be met with consequences. They will blame us. That is an outcome way better than the alternative. Adam reassures me that at least one will understand my actions and see the light. We can only hope. But as an added bonus, our animal friends are still safe and sound aboard the ship with us. Happy endings all around. With that, I want to conclude by saying, I do enjoy this game, and I decided to play it now for that very reason. Yes, this is by far the most linear of the main Metroid series, and that is completely intentional. There is nothing wrong with that. I look at this game with the perspective of the average player because that's what I am. I choose to experience the game first and foremost as it was intended. I'm not a speedrunner or a completionist. I just want to play and enjoy games. I do like to break games and exploit them from time to time, but for the most part, I just like to play through them as intended. So if that's what you're looking for in a game, this one is perfect. I apologize that it's taken me this long to get this video out. Playing the games is just a small part of the production of these videos. It's everything else that takes so long. That and life getting in the way of actually sitting down to make them. But stick with me, there are so many more games yet to come. Anyway, this is one more game to check off the list. And we've still got so many GBA games to play, so stick around. Subscribe if you haven't. Even though the videos may only hit once a month, I try to put out shorts 5 days a week, so there's always new content. So to finally close, I must say thank you so much for watching. And hey, at least this game was kind of spooky, perfect to release in October. Let me know in the comments what you think of this game and what you'd like to see me play next. I will see you next time. Goodbye!
Well, hello there. Long time no see. This video is a little different from my usual style. I actually streamed the entirety of Metroid Zero Mission live on Twitch a few months back, and this is an extremely cut down version of that. I don't usually stream, but since I did play this game through the entire story, I decided to edit this down and let that stand as my video on this game. You may see a few videos like this in the future, so I hope you like it. Be sure to let me know what you think. What's the volume level like? Sounds fine here. Game too loud, too quiet. Me too loud, too quiet. Any of those things? Nope, all good? Awesome. So I'm going to be playing Metroid Zero Mission. First time I have streamed in a very long time, and hey, you get to see me. Isn't that weird? Never heard of it. Metroid Zero Mission is a Game Boy Advance remake / remaster of the first game. It adds some content to it. But it also makes it way prettier, gives it a map, all this good stuff that you didn't get on the NES version. And I'm playing it with this giant controller right here because I'm a sadist. Yeah, let's get started. Let's get into the game. GBA was never my thing. See, it is absolutely my thing. It is the thing for me. If you watched any of my YouTube videos. So this is quintessential Metroid right here. There's Super Mission, Metroid Dread, and this. This is the game. Some say it's better than Super Metroid and Dread both. I've actually never played Super Metroid, so I can't 100% say it's better than it without, actually playing it. But this one I know is very good. You swear the chair is one that you grew up in? Or it looks like... Hold on, I think I hear myself. I gotta... Yeah, I had to do it myself. Yeah, I've never played Super Metroid. So I'm actually gonna start playing the game now. Yes, let's start game. Normal. Planet Zebes. Not Zebes. It's Zebes. I called this place home once, in peaceful times, long before evil haunted the caverns below. Now I shall finally tell the tale of my first battle here, my so-called Zero Mission. Dun dun dun! Morphball! My kingdom for a better jump. And my lemons do not go very far. Let's do that. Heal me! Thank you. Now my lemons go way further. I wonder what that could be. Nah! If I just fall down the entire thing. Yeah, I've played most, except, like Super, I've touched it. I played for like 10 minutes, but, that's about it. Yeah, I've played most of the games. I just, to what level is the question. Missiles! Ah, crap! About died. No! Get out of there! Ah! No! Alright, very carefully. I did it! There. Ew. Ooh! Yes! Finally, a little bit more life. Oh no, this can't be good. Maybe it is. Please. Yes, bombs. I like bombs. Bombs help. Now you can play the game as God intended. Exactly.
Alien cradles your ball and you heal. Yeah, that's how it works. Bomb. Liquid hot magma! Elevator! Well, that's a fast elevator. It's Mother Brain, baby!
Mother Brain will get you, little princess!
For any of you who've watched Captain N. It's gonna say unknown. Unknown item. Okay, yeah. Need that ice beam action. Yep. Oh, thank goodness. Ah, this will come in handy. Whee! Boy. What do I get now? Ice beam! And then the Kraid. So that's who we're going to see next. Woo! Oh! Hey, 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 not cool. Ah, woo! No! No! Oh, no! That was bad. Stop it. No! No. Ah! Ah! Oh, no! Oh, no, bad. Another unknown item. It's funny to watch that one fall. Ooh, cutscene. Big arms. Quit it. Ew. Yes! Ha-ha! Finally. Look at him squirm. Yeah, let's restart. Oh, speed boost. No, don't fall! Idiot! Me! Another cutscene. Yes. Okay. Ow! 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 What is this? Ooh! Varia suit! That means I can survive heat. Come on. Hey, looky there.
You guys are my friends now. Oh! Oh, another cutscene. Y'all listen to who it is. Yay, super missile. I wish I'd known that the first time. It don't do nothing, it's broke. Yay, screw attack. Well, to the final regular area of the game. Dang Cheerios! That was nerve-wracking. And there's more. Getting close to Mother Brain. Ah! Oh. Get. The timing of my escape couldn't have been worse. I was attacked by space pirates and left nearly defenseless, stripped of my powers. All I had for protection was my rather useless emergency pistol. Infiltrating the space pirate mothership so armed may have been foolish, but I had no choice. Would I survive long enough to escape? As for the rest of this game, this is more dicketry. But at least I'm in the Zero suit. Yay. You like what you see? Where did that go? Ah, I see. This is like something out of Legend of Zelda. Who's that young psalmist? I guess so. Fighting evil by moonlight. And I got the shoulder pads. Ooh, looky there. Space pirates don't stand a chance. Oh no. Yes! Ah. Ah. That was so slow. And so many mistakes. Especially using a wireless controller for this game. That timing on that ending has to be terrible, considering how long I've been streaming. But we did it! We finally did it. Oh. I'll be lucky to get the helmet off. But at least we did it. Oh man, I'm kind of tired. Oh, I got the helmet off. There's that. Oh, okay, I guess the time wasn't as bad as I thought. I mean, see you next mission.
Yeah, so we're taking a little break from Game Boy games. Since my very first video, I've had a bit of a score to settle. What? The guy makes 5 videos and gets tired? Stay out of my pigeonhole! Castlevania, the OG, the one that started it all. It's the one where all the Universal monsters were like, hey, let's make a game and barely disguise the fact it was us. Christopher B., I see you. Of course, they had to make it butt-ass hard, too. Part of the horror is in the difficulty. In my over 30 years of gaming, I've never beaten this game. I've played it several times and gave up midway, but that changes today. To be honest, I have a confession to make. I am a fake fan. I know. What kind of person makes his very first video on a game series he claims to love dearly when he's barely played the games? And you're right, but that changes now. Along with my goal to play every GBA game, I also want to play every entry in certain game series as well. To date, I've only ever beaten Circle of the Moon, and several times, I might add, Symphony of the Night, half of Harmony of Dissonance, that video is in the pipeline, and Lords of Shadow. I know, I'm terrible, such a fake fan, but I have consumed so much media around Castlevania. Obviously, I've watched the Netflix series, which I love. I've got all the collections, a number of the physical games, in some form or another, and even toys. So if you haven't figured it out by now, my genre of choice is obviously a good Metroidvania. Now that I've tackled a good chunk of the first half of that title, let's get back into the veiny side. So Dracula, aka Christopher B., decided to throw the wildest of all parties and invite all his homies over to his crib. I mean, we got everybody. Frankenstein, the Mummy, Medusa, Flea Man, a cat, gangs of old women. But he forgot to invite this guy, and he's not very happy about that. So thinking that maybe this is just an elaborate costume party, Simon dons his best Conan costume and an Indiana Jones whip and heads off to Dracula's castle. And that's exactly how it happened. What do you mean there's a whole elaborate timeline and Simon is a descendant of a long line of vampire hunters and this is just the latest attempt by Dracula to cast the world into darkness?
From this day on, the Belmont clan will hunt the night.
She does have low blood pressure.
Nah, it's 1986, baby. They're doing the Monster Mash. So let's get this party started. Ah, yes. This looks inviting. Can't believe Dracula didn't invite me to his party. I don't want this. Okay, in my many attempts at playing this game, I have never really had trouble with the first level. But this game breaks you into the action right away. Just swarms of old ladies everywhere. Of course, you can't pass up a Castlevania classic. Wall chicken! The best meat is seasoned with drywall. Ah yes, giant bat, we meet again. I shouldn't have brought the holy water, but otherwise, I still got it. Barely. And we're off to the next part of the castle. Oh god, we're back here again. I know the Medusa heads are just around the corner, but I will triumph this time. I will overcome. Or not. Nothing breaks the immovable jump arch of Simon Belmont except Medusa heads. But we will persevere. I swear, they always give you the cross at the worst possible time. Oh, this item clears the screen of enemies? Better give it to you while there's only one. Fuck! Oh, the head queen herself. Medusa. But it's okay. I hit her with the holy water stun lock. And worked her over real quick like. Now this next stage I've only beaten it one other time before. What's with this guy? off of me! Of course, now here comes an even more annoying enemy than Medusa heads, the flea men. They don't just float around the stage, they come back. And they're so freaking hard to hit sometimes. But that's okay. I get Medusa heads back in the mix. Just so they can kill me again! Not sure what this bird is doing. Oh look, here's the screen clearing cross again. Good thing the screen is clear already. I guess I finally made it to the boss with so much life left. Good thing I brought the stopwatch along. The stopwatch does nothing! That's okay. I don't even need a sub-weapon. Ah! Bye, stopwatch. I've got to really be careful to make this jump. Just need to be a little closer to get to the edge. There we go. I fall so much in this stage. Over and over and over. But eventually, I do make it to the next part. And again, the death music plays for me. Oh, I see. Instead of the harbinger of Medusa heads, this time you drop swarms of flea men on me. I need a Seresto collar. Oh my god, stopwatch, save me now! That's better. And yet again, I was rewarded with a cross. For nothing! That sure would have been handy a few frames over for the boss, Frankenstein and Fleagore. This boss is pretty hard. It took me many tries to get through this, but I finally did. And now I'm to the farthest point I've ever reached in this game. And of course, it is a pure gauntlet. I have riddled these floors with so many Simon corpses. I'm so thankful that this game doesn't throw you back to stage 1 on a game over, just the beginning of the level, which is bad enough, but still could be worse. But eventually, I do make it to the boss of this stage, a series staple since the very beginning, Death. And he's 100% cheesable. Would you like some cheese? That takes us to the final stage, and I must use all of my skill to beat it, because they throw everything at you. But finally, we reach the staircase that leads us to Dracula's quarters, and for me, this was the ultimate fight. But I've come this far. I can't give up now. We all know there's never just one phase. And now the true Cookie Monster is revealed. But I will win! I can't believe I finally did it. I've finally beaten the first Castlevania. I've struggled so many times with this game. I can finally say that I've done it. And that all that's left is to play the rest of them. Oh no! Well guys, we've made it to the end of the video. It only took me nearly 4 months to make it, but hopefully I'm back. Now, next video, I'll probably upload some stuff I've streamed with friends, but I think you'll enjoy it. I've got game footage for the next couple GBA videos, just gotta do the other side of that. And maybe this will give me time to get that done. As you may have noticed, I was wearing a couple different outfits in this video, and some of it, my beard is longer than the rest. That's because I started this in December, but life happens, like a truck. And as I'm recording this segment here, I'm riding on my last bit of pain medication from having all 4 wisdom teeth removed. But that's okay, I'm not going anywhere, so get ready for more hot stuff coming your way. If you haven't seen my videos before, check out my other work. Aside from a nervous rant, I've been playing a lot of GBA games. Now I'm going to writhe around in pain. Have a good night, and may your teeth be ever healthy. Stick around for more!
I didn't need to see your undies.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'll watch it. What the heck is that? Is that a chicken? Is that a chicken? Is the chicken immortal?
It's a super chicken.
Yeah, they're high hit points.
Yeah. Oh.
And we hit a hot train. That's why. Oh my god.
Not again.
Who did that? What is that? Oh
I'm a die.
open my mouth. Oh, I couldn't take it. I switched to my sniper and was just like freaking flew so high.
Oh, that was bad. Oh, that was bad.
Go.
There is a
I'll definitely be on tomorrow.
there's a chicken stuck in this wall on this building, and it's kind of sideways, and just its head is sticking through, and it's
Dude,
beautiful.
what are you doing? Thank you. Look at that. That's the answer.
Oh! Ah!
I'm gonna have to like probably. Did you just die? What happened?
A thing of irradiated nurses just appeared on me. I'm not drunk, you're drunk.
Oh, and don't forget.
Oh, a little bit.
Oh, a little bit. I just keys. Ooh, got her right in the front butt. Got it right in the titty. You're welcome.
A certain Game Grumps quote comes to mind.
Please tell me.
Got her right in the cooter.
Oh, got it right in the cooter. Okay, I'll do that next time. Watch out, everybody. Amy's on the prowl. AKA the cooter shooter.
Oh no.
I got him. I got him right there. That's my thing now, okay? When Tater used to edit for me, he always gave me a hard time because he's like, why do you always shoot everybody in the crotch? And I'm like, listen, okay? When I know there's a guaranteed shot in one place, I'm going to take the guaranteed shot over the possible shot for the headshot. So.
Something blew up here.
Oh, I shot her leg off. Oh my gosh! She's still running with one leg! Do you see this? Look! Don't know!
I do.
Look, she's... Oh! Look!
Yeah, yes! That's it. I want to do something. Yeah.
Are you gonna walk her face off?
Neat.
Okay.
I beheaded her.
A one-leg Lisa over there. Oh, boy.
One leg Lisa.
No.
This is why I don't come
You're
here.
never gonna catch me! You're gonna catch me! Oh God!
Leave the base.
All I know is pain.
Zombies shall know pain.
This world shall know zombie pain.
This world.
In a world where there's no pain.
This world will know pain in the cooter.
I was supposed to say, in a world where there's no pain from the zombies, lives Miss Hobo Slayer and her cooter shooter.
Oh God, that's so bad.
I know it is, but it's funny. You have to admit, it is really funny.
I think.
How much more iron do you need?
All of it.
Yes.
You got about 10,000 pieces right now.
Oh, it's not even close to enough.
Okay.
That would be the equivalent of like, I have a quarter. Can I buy a Lamborghini?
If I had a nickel for every time somebody thought I was starting a cult at school, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
That is weird that it's happened twice.
Oh, your world.
I'm upset now.
Why?
Does anybody have any aloe cream in their inventory?
No.
Doesn't say next time you do, just move it from one slot to the other. That it'll upset you too.
No, tell me.
It makes nasty squishy noises.
Oh, yeah, well, I knew that.
Oh. Maybe it didn't bother you as bad as it bothered me.
I don't think I pay attention to it, because I think I've just played this so much that I just... And I still need to watch your video on the Switch 2. Oh, that reminds me. How's everybody feeling about the Switch 2? What's everybody's opinions? What do you think? Do you like it? Do you not like it? What do you like about it? What do you not like about it? Let's have a discussion. Let's talk about the Switch 2.
I haven't watched the video yet.
What's the name of the Lizzo song where the Swedish chef sings it?
What?
The Lizzo song where it's like what's that called? Oh yeah, it's about damn time.
I love the hoops that you jump through to try to tell
Get there.
To tell me that song. You're like, you know, like the Swedish chef that does that Lizzo song that's like.
I'm sorry, that's just me. That's just my tisming.
I get it, but
I mean, it made sense in my head, but that's not saying much.
I found a tree that's just floating in the air.
Welcome to 7 days
Yeah.
to die.
Welcome to the game. Not welcome to the game. The game. That's completely different.
Oh, I didn't mean to.
I went rogue.
Like off on your own or like X-Men?
A little bit of both.
Well then, sugar.
He told me to leave, and I turned around, and there was somebody there, and I had to kill them.
What are you talking about, sugar?
Well then, sugar. You look more nervous than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. You've never heard that before?
What is that?
Think about it. A long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs.
No, I get that, but the way you said it, I'm like, are you quoting something?
Yes, that's actually a rogue line from the cartoon. So a little story about myself. When I was young, there was this network called Fox Kids. You may have heard of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the X-Men cartoon that's what it aired on. And they had this contest. I don't even remember what the any of it was, but I entered said contest and won the first 12 episodes of the X-Men animated series on VHS. Each episode was an individual VHS tape.
So that's your Chris Chan starter story, huh?
Papa was this close to being Chris Chan, but it's just the fate didn't align just right, and he didn't win the KB Toys
Yeah.
spree. He only won
The thing I love about the X-Men is that they use the Jim Lee art style, and it's really cool to look at it. And I really like Wolverine and Gambit, and Cyclops is okay too, but he's too stuck up. Anyway.
You know what? Fun. Forgot the.
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Ah! You made me take out a road sign. Wrapped in plastic. It's fantastic.
Silly sounds.
Yay, silly sounds. And now it's time for Silly Songs with Larry. The part of the show where Larry comes out and sings a silly song.
I love my lips! What the heck? What the heck? I'm very slow.
I'm like stuck in the mud. That's what it feels like. I'm like, ah.
Yeah, it's like my motorcycle will not climb the hill. It's stuck in molasses. Oh God, pigs! Oh, I can't run from the pigs! This is not fair! No! No! You suffered a deep laceration! I am not liking this! I'm on my motorcycle and can't run! And I died.
I'm trying. I'm trying I don't know what happened.
I hate everything.
I don't know what happened.
Let's get the crap out of my shadows.
I walked into the spikes.
I was running across the field, and all of a sudden I had a feral woman in my face.
I hate when that happens.
I thought that was another zombie in front.
Shooting and goofing.
Shooting
without me.
Them cooters.
I mean,
y'all can't handle every time I say it.
You can't handle the cooter.
You can't.
The cooter.
Ah, dear Lord. Oh.
Ow, crap.
Don't die.
Sounds like somebody can't handle the cooter.
Well, they better get in the cooted here.
Shoot it in the cooted.
Amy will need a new editor by the time this is over with.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't know we were calling turkeys either.
Yeah.
And I don't know where I'm at.
Yeah, Amy just went full Donnie from Wild Thornberries there.
I'm at a four-way intersection.
I love him. Also, I really love Tim Curry. I love him.
Smashing.
I need to.
I will climb hill.
Picture show another go because it's really weird, but I'm obsessed with Tim Curry in that. Like, I love Frankie Furter so much. Does he say Donald, baby?
Oh, tamales.
Molly's. Molly.
I bet you could acquire some mollies there. You could probably acquire anything you wanted.
All right, I'm going AFK a while.
Okay.
Get off my motorcycle.
No.
The zombie was trying to steal my motorcycle.
You may not have it.
Skyrim and I can't scale a mountain with nothing. That's the word.
Have you heard the chainsaw? Have you heard the silly sounds with the chainsaw?
No.
Oh, it's great. There's a guy going, "Ba, ba, 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 ba," and it's brow, brow, ba, 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 ba. And then when you rev it, it goes, wah.
But no, I mean, I am like 2 levels ahead of y'all on all the quests, so all my quests like out here anyway.
Oh, that's right. You do quests.
Yes, I do quests.
Come here and listen to this glory.
I'm on the level 3 quest now.
That's very. That's a little zesty. It's like wow.
Arara.
I love that. That's great.
It's amazing.
Your character is just. I'm glad you still have your helmet on because.
Where is it? I hear it. Where can I tickle it?
I got him
in the cooter.
Don't worry.
I'm gonna take his head.
In the cooter.
Yeah, I said I got him in the gooch, but you know, cooter.
The gooch cooter.
Gooch. Got another one.
I love that sound. That's great.
Yeah. Well, he didn't last. He did not survive the coot shoot. So.
Wait, it lied to me.
You lied to me.
You lied to me.
No, it said that I had a vote and nobody voted, but then it's like boar attack, and I'm
And
like, no.
don't worry, it'll pick by itself if nobody votes, and it hurts.
Yeah, it
No!
One shot KO. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scream that. I was just shocked that I shot it once and it died.
The chainsaw is super effective against vultures.
You don't say. I would have never guessed that.
Oh, that was amazing, though.
Hey, there's a big fat guy over here by the...
Hey! Quit doxing me.
Not you. Y'all's little machine guns are doing very good at killing things.
You could be like Nick Ocado and be like, I identify as skinny, which he's like 2 pounds now. So.
Oh, I identify as skinny.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, it's you.
I'm
dang it, you took my line. That's where I was going to. We can't continuously sound like an echo. Even though we do. Why? Oh! Okay, I didn't realize that was the voice actor's name, sorry. But yes, I love Skeletor!
I really
He-Man!
I'm so upset, okay, because Bryce Pinkham, maybe, I don't know, Pinkham, he was supposed to be there.
Pinkham! Ooh, that sounds nasty. Ow.
I was like, that's the main reason I want to go. If you guys aren't cultured like me,
Oh, that's nasty.
Man, why do you shoot him in the D? Because I'm the cooter shooter.
Every time.
These are my name now.
Hi, my name is what? My name is who? My name is the Cooter Shooter. If anything, if there's any indication, he talks like Grimlock Munch Metal.
He's just so stupid, but he's my little boy. And I also love Starscream. Starscream is my favorite Decepticon, and I would say Grimlock is my favorite. What? Sonic Kartoffel eliminated Mr. T. What are you doing?
Oh no, I got killed.
How?
Somebody shot me.
Oh! I thought that was a zombie! I'm so sorry!
In my defense, I was being very suspicious.
Yeah, you were just standing there and you looked like a zombie. I'm just like, oh, dead. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to do that. I thought he was a zombie. He was just like stalking me.
In in his defense, I was following him, and he turned his flashlight around, and I stopped. It startled me, and then the next thing you know, I'm getting shot.
was a zombie.
It's okay.
He's like, I kind of deserve that. Yeah, I can say sus.
That was acting very sus.
And the thing is, when I shot him, he made like zombie noises. I heard blah, blah.
Are you sure it wasn't Wolfman playing a sound effect?
I don't know, maybe it was bad timing, but it did. It was just, I shot and I heard blah. I'm like, oh, it's a zombie. I'm killing it. Oh, and it's running because it's nighttime. And then I got an achievement. I got an achievement for killing a player.
Like, oh, this guy is clever. He's quite a dodgy one, playing hard to get on.
The achievement is named Napoleon.
Poor little feller.
Oh.
Okay, this is why I don't play video games with other people. They're mean to me.
Like, hey, I'm stuck and somebody's shooting at me. I'd be like, on my way in my Barbie truck.
I was trying, but by the time I realized that it was him shooting me, I was already dead.
I killed him in 3 shots.
It was like shot one, I'm like, and then shot 2, I'm like, and then I was on the ground.
My boy!
Don't shoot! No, you consider that to be an asshole. They shot me anyway.
They stopped me!
They stopped me today!
I accidentally did it on purpose.
I'm not gonna shoot you. Oh, it's Palace.
That's me.
Guys, the Grim Reaper is on my screen. Y'all have to be nice to me.
Oh, my throat hurts from laughing so much.
Don't worry, I'll say something very unhinged in just a minute and send you into the floor. I'll wait.
Was it a educator?
Just right.
Whoa! You just like slid past me on the stairs.
Meet up.
My hat's one of my voices.
Oh, do it.
I told that to Kevin too.
Hell no, I was doing that.
Also, if you guys aren't aware, we're doing stream together. So there are 4 people total streaming. So you can go to any of their streams to see them. But our chat is all shared. So it doesn't really matter who you're watching. It's all connected. But if you go look at Kurtoffel, he has a Meatwad beanie on. If some of you aren't cultured to know what Meatwad is.
You farting farter. I'm just dropping F-bombs.
Pants off.
Oh, alright.
Pants off, pants off.
You're invited to in my pants.
I can't talk like this the whole stream will drive me crazy.
I don't know if you have the stamina to do that.
I might. I don't know. Now you've challenged me.
I bet.
You
Okay,
do
yeah,
not know
Kevin
my
is.
power.
Let's see if we can make him laugh hard enough that it breaks him. He breaks out of character. It's out. Don't worry.
Give it time.
Yeah.
It'll happen.
It will. Yeah. All I gotta do is have a well played.
So I can even laugh in this voice. I practiced. I know what I'm doing. I feel pretty confident in my skills.
I thought you was gonna say I feel very pretty in this Chili's tonight.
I feel God in this Chili's tonight.
We need to go to Chili's.
Get that triple dipper.
I live for the triple dipper. I wish it didn't
work anymore.
Your GPS is savage.
But I'm just gonna say, you wouldn't believe how many people at that school are not happy that I did not get that job.
Man, I even yawned in character. I feel pretty good.
Give it time. We will break you before the end.
How did I make a complete circle? I didn't even realize that.
Okay, so I have a challenge. This is a challenge for Top, okay? Because he's pretty good at voices, so we're gonna challenge him to do Meatwad's voice while also with the inflection of Jeff Goldblum.
Oh, that's not hard. I think I can do that. I have also watched Jurassic Park.
Jurassic Park.
Jurassic Park. Now, sometimes the inflections.
The burp shot him right in the cooter.
See, that is too very. Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! I didn't break. I'm still doing it. I'm still doing it.
Sounds a little broken.
Radiated Taurus.
Now you have to do William Shatner. William Shatner inflections Meatwad.
No, come on. There are so many radiated Taurus. They just broke down our base's door. We are gonna die.
What, are you serious?
Yes, I'm very serious. What?
Can you send that to me again?
Give me just a moment.
I honestly forgot about that, and I was like, "Why are you talking like that?"
Because I'm good.
Can you do your voice and sound like Herbert from Family Guy?
Ooh.
Am I allowed to break character for a moment?
I suppose.
Well, I can do it, but I can't always do the whistle.
Sometimes I have to like really, I have to get in character. Okay. Who's the Spiegel? Just go back to normal. See, it's supposed to be Meatwad. It's supposed to be Meatwad.
There I can do a mean Smeagol. It kind of goes hand in hand.
As speaking of voices, I was yesterday and the day before, and even a little bit today. I'd get bored at work driving around on my noble steed, and I would just break into my like old wizard voice just to myself. It was like,
I have to go get more shingles for Mr. Tucker. He requires more metal ridge cap.
What? Here lately, we've been playing too many good games. I've spent so much time on games that I enjoy, that appeal to me. Let's undo all that today. Let's get back into the garbage. Back to the shovelware. Let's play with some Barbies.
Get ready to play Barbie, bitches!
Barbie is some kind of toy. I don't know. You may have heard of them? They're marketed to little girls in a way that says you can be anything you want to be, as long as what you want to be is a lifeless husk of a suburban white woman that sells Mary Kay products. Or, you know, work at McDonald's. Either way, for some reason, they made 8 different Barbie games for the Game Boy Advance. I use the term different lightly, and they feature all the Barbie staples: horses, being a princess, high school, being a princess, shopping, being a princess, and even a secret agent. So let's start off with Barbie, the Princess and the Pauper. Get a load of these guys. I like that dog. Make sure nothing in the kingdom is working, because it's their day off, and we have to respect the Sabbath in this Christian Barbie world.
I don't trust anything with a character named Wolfie. Is it gonna be that kind of game? These picture sprites look like they were made 10 years before reboot. Why Barbie got a shield though? What is that thing? Is that Wolfie? Ah, yes, they're reusing assets from the Chinese version of Secret Life of Pets. I see. Dang, Barbie got some moves. Just listen to those action sounds. Just going for a stroll with my shield. I need Erica's help to reach this apple. You mean you can't pull off some of those sick Captain America moves to cut this apple down? Ah, so you gotta switch to the other girl. She got a sassy walk too. Suddenly I feel like I'm watching JoJo.
Oh my god!
If I sing, I can shake this apple loose? What kind of horse hockey is that? Yeah, this is definitely a JoJo game now. That's a stand ability if I've ever seen one. Somebody call Koichi.
Okay, master. Let's kill the whole beach!
Ah, the sewers are running over again. I guess I finally get to use my shield. By working together, we can solve any puzzle. Wait, she can do a Princess Peach float with that shield, but she can't throw it? And the other girl can't even stand on it? This is stupid. If you haven't figured it out, the whole point of this game is to swap back and forth to get just a little bit further in a straight line. The most riveting of gameplay. And you even get to switch it up in the next level by playing with the weird mutant animals. Let's hope there aren't more games like this today. Next, please, Barbie and the Magic of Pegasus. Looks like it's my birthday this time. Oh no, everybody turned to stone. Now I have to find something called the Wand of Light. At least I get to keep my sassy walk. Oh, there's the wand. Can't believe it took me a whole 30 seconds. Jeez, that face. Maybe the wand gave her a case of ditto face. Duh. They all have that face. Man, why don't I get a cool griffin? You got them grabby hands. Marry me. That's a little forward. Wait, can I have a griffin? Ah, so this is the magic of Pegasus. I guess this is the game. Whee! Barbie as the Island Princess. Oh, so this looks like a minigame collection. Yep. I hate it. I don't know about this game, but that's a gorilla. Next up, the Barbie Diaries, High School Mystery. Hi, I'm Barbie and this is my school, and these are my early 2000s bad CGI friends. And these are the bitches. Is that Jared from Subway? Why does Barbie look like you'd pronounce her name as Barb? I can see her now standing outside the Texaco. Y'all go on in, let me finish my third cigarette in 15 minutes. I'm the only one here got 3 hours left on my 16-hour shift. If y'all don't want them hot dogs on the rotisserie, I'll take them home to Braden, Caden, and Paxley to take to school in the morning. This is just a point-and-click fetch quest. I just don't get why Barbie games are not at the forefront of innovation. Barbie Groovy Games. I bet based on the name alone, this is more minigames. What a great day to play some games. Too bad all your games suck! Hi, do you want to go and play some games with me? No. Well, this is garbage. Barbie Horse Adventures Blue Ribbon Race. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on a horse.
Barbie, 12 Dancing Princesses. Wait a minute. That familiar sassy walk cycle. No, it can't be. This is just like the wand game and the swapping game.
Played these games before!
It's just been slightly altered to resell. Ah, yes, the Barbie way. But now we're to the final game of the day. Secret Agent Barbie, Royal Jewels Mission. Let's hope that there's something worthwhile in this game. Nope. Still bad. It's all bad. Well, that was a waste of time. I guess Barbie isn't known for her video games for a reason. Since this was the era of same name, different game on every console, maybe there's a better version out there for some of these games, but after that, I don't care to find out. Not that I would have anyway. Well, I am thoroughly exhausted. I got all dolled up for nothing. I think I'm gonna go make myself feel better with some Ninja Turtles. Do that YouTube stuff that everybody tells you to do. Tell me about your favorite Barbie or Barbie adjacent thing. Until next time, folks.
Stick around for more!
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I've always had a love for the Turtles. Seeing as they emerged just 1 year before I did, it's safe to say that I grew up with them. They were my first love before even the Transformers. True story. One time when I was a toddler, my mother dropped me off at daycare and I told the staff that my name was Michelangelo Raphael, but they could call me Mikey. So they didn't know who Mom was talking about when she came to pick me up. I've not collected them as adamantly over the years, but I still keep a few around. I can always rely on companies like NECA to keep pumping them out, so they're never in short supply. I also really dig IDW Comics, and The Last Ronin is amazing. But that's all fairly new stuff. Today we jump back to 2003 with a fresh new, at the time, reboot of the series, simply known as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. This was their first project after taking a few years off from TV. Seems like they did some questionable things. Help. So this was supposed to be a much more true to form series, one much closer to the comics from back in the day. It was produced by 4 kids.
These donuts are great!
And ran for 7 long seasons, so they must have been doing something right. I gotta say though, I've watched a decent chunk of this series, and yeah, it's pretty good. My biggest complaint is when you put all 4 turtles together, especially in any fight or action sequence, they lose all individuality and just become a synchronized catchphrase spouting machine. We're on it! Gives off some strong Power Rangers vibes.
What are those things? I can't believe it, but I think they're...
It's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles!
No, you stay out of this, Saban. You had your chance. Naturally, you can't have a bustling new Ninja Turtles franchise without some merch. So of course there were lots of new toys and games to be had all around. And the GameCube version of TMNT 2003 was great. I love that game so much. But alas, what happens with games, especially licensed games in this time period? Say it with me, kids. Same name, different game. So they also released a game under the same title for my beloved Game Boy Advance. And that's the one we're talking about today. I think it's cute that they tried to recreate the opening with 8 total frames. So this game, like its GameCube counterpart, is a story-driven beat-em-up, but because this one takes place on vastly inferior hardware, we lose a whole dang dimension. Not Dimension X, though. Get it, kids?
I understood that reference.
We lost that Z-axis. But there's nothing wrong with a good old side-scroller, though. So let's see if this game is any good. If it lives up to the other one on bigger consoles. So each turtle has their own set of levels and story viewpoint. So not only do they play differently, but they also see different areas, fight different enemies, and tell their own individual parts of the story. I guess it's a good way of making sure you spend some time with each turtle. Oh yeah, they also each get their own oh no face. And they are hilarious. The sound design seems like it's pulled directly from the TV show, but your mileage may vary on how good that actually is. I'm a weirdo though that tends to play games in silence if the sound is not relevant to the gameplay, or the music isn't good. So be your own judge in that regard. Although the button layout for the GBA doesn't allow for the most intuitive controls, I'll say what they give you feels good to execute. Yeah, it's a one button attack, but it's snappy, and the combo, while repetitive, is pretty good. I love the facial expressions in this so much. So we've been playing with Leonardo, and the story of the game is basically a retelling of the first few episodes of the show. As we go, we'll get to see different aspects of that. Oh yeah, each character also gets some kind of minigame stage, like Leo here in his own rail shooter. It's like Star Fox if it were in a Chinese bootleg plug-and-play system, complete with a contra wall boss. Oh hey hun! I've always thought he had the silliest name. You could have gotten the same effect by calling him Tiny. I know it's supposed to be like a ninja name, but it's as on the nose as the casting for the original Black and Yellow Power Rangers. He ain't no Tatsu. Our first boss, a giant Mauser. There's our boy Hun again. That sound. Can they do that? As a side note, they are brutal to Stockman throughout the actual series. They keep removing body parts. At one point, he's just a brain in a jar. Wait, that was it for Leo's part of the game? 4 stages? This isn't gonna last long, is it? Next up, my personal favorite, Raphael. He's the angry one.
You'd better, or else I'm gonna get sarcastic.
Aw yeah, it's Casey Jones. Like Jack Black and Jason Momoa in the Minecraft movie, Raph and Casey are usually lovers. Until April comes in and ruins it for them. Damn her and her non-turtle girl parts. I like that he climbs the wall by forking it and sliding upward. He got butt juggled. Casey, my love, why must we squabble? Go, bite, go! I like how Raph kind of Akira slides when he loses. I bested you in the race, now where's my reward kiss? And now we fight together! Our boss this time is a guy named Dragonface. I'm sorry for your misfortune, Mr. Dragonface. Hey, we're all beautiful on the inside. Next up, Donatello. See? This is what I was talking about. Stockman is already missing an eye. It only gets worse from here. Donnie loses a double jump for the sake of this stupid pole vault move. Not a great trade-off, if I'm honest. It is funny to watch him climb a pipe, though. Which he does a lot. Good old Crazy Manny! Who do you for... What? Next up, we get to fight Peekaboo Ninjas. You can't damage them until Donatello does these machines. as he do. If you can't see me, you can't hurt me. They just Mega Man exploded. Now we play as Michelangelo, the funny one that says dude a lot. Oh, you wait till I jump up there to jump down. Thanks. What kind of frog jump is this? Of course, Mikey rides a skateboard. Because he's cool. Getting some strong Sonic 2 vibes. Oh, lava pit platforms. These are the best. I like these giant monsters and their Wilhelm screams, though. My first game over. It's because of these darn lava pits. Finally free of that. Now what kind of boss do you have for me? Oh, there's more big monsters. And footies. If this dude will stop spinning, I'll be alright. Or not. Man, this guy's hard. But finally, I beat them all. And that's it. I've beaten the... You should try the normal mode. Come to think of it, I didn't fight Shredder at all on this. I guess I did play this on easy. Let's do it again. And this time, normal. Okay, this is a little bit harder, but it's nothing I can't handle. And after defeating all 4 of the turtle stages, again, we get a final Shredder stage. I guess it's time to take down the big man himself. Oh, not you, Hun! The other big man! Though Hun is no joke. Not gonna lie, I definitely struggle with him. But I'm here for Shredder. And here he is! Why did he turn into Crimsy? And why do they keep killing me? Shredder, get shredded. With that, we finally actually beat the game. I mean, it's no Turtles in Time or Shredder's Revenge, but it's no water level either. Definitely playable, even kind of fun. I certainly enjoyed it, and it brought back great memories. But as the great Yoda once said, there is another. There's a second game in the series that we'll have to check out next. That's gonna have to wait until a little later. We'll see if it's any better than this one. Subscribe so you won't miss when that comes out.
Stick around for more!
Come on. Do it. Say your name. There exists a little indie game series that I have played every iteration to date. Even when times were tough and the games weren't that great, I've been with them since the very beginning. Even though many have long given up this little known series, I still keep playing. And I'm sure that I will play the next one when it comes out. This little known series is Pokemon. I know, strange name. As I'm sure you're all wondering, it stands for Pocket Monsters. Some little game where the creator based the gameplay on catching bugs like he used to do as a kid. Cute, right? Yes, I know, Pokemon is a massive global thing that continues to sell stupid numbers, even when it releases alpha build trash disguised as a complete game. But I'm part of the problem. I still buy them. I still play them. I can't help myself. That being said, I do find myself burnt out on modern Pokemon. When Legends ZA releases, I'm sure I'll snag it, but I'm not sure how much I'll actually play it, especially if it strays too far from the previous Legends game, or doesn't do anything to really improve upon it. So to maybe tame that sour taste that I currently have for the Monster Pockets, I think I'm going to go back to where it all started. At least, kind of. I recently picked up Pokemon Yellow again for the first time since it was released. Remember kids, I'm old. But I'm not the biggest fan of the first and second gen games. If they're your favorites, that's great, but I prefer 3rd through 7th due to all the quality of life and graphical updates. But I knew if I started playing Pokemon with Fire Red and Leaf Green, I would have people telling me that I need to go back and play the originals. So I'm going to beat them to the punch, and still do the wrong thing, and play Pokemon Yellow. That way, I can be the very best, like no one ever was. Ah yes, that crunchy Game Boy voice sample. So I've decided that I'm going to play every generation of Pokemon games at some point, but the way I play them will not necessarily be to complete them 100%, or play every version of the same game. I don't see the point, nor do I have the time to replay Red, Blue, and Yellow back to back when the only differences are slight alterations between catchable mons and maybe an encounter or two. For example, Yellow's only notable differences are that you start with a Pikachu, therefore your rival gets an Eevee. You also face Jesse, James, and Meowth from Team Rocket a few times, and you were given the 3 starters from Red and Blue. Beyond that, you get a very basic care meter in the form of Pikachu's mood, and the battle sprites have slightly been improved. But that's pretty much it. Same mechanics, same story, same everything. Even though this version is intended to make you feel as though you're playing as Ash from the anime, you're really not. It's still good old Red, just with a worse starting handicap than if you choose Charmander as your starter. At least in Yellow, you can catch a Mankey before you get to the first gym, which is something I did for sure. But I'm sure you're wondering how I played this game wrong, as the title suggests. Well, I decided to play with a very strict team, catch as few Pokemon as I could stand, and grind as little as possible. I did not buy a single Great Ball. I only caught 1 Legendary, and I became champion with a team of Pokemon in the 30s, minus 2, and one of those 2 was just level 40. Why did I do all this? I really don't know. Just felt like shaking things up for myself. It definitely gave me a bit of a challenge for sure. Throughout the entirety of the game, I played with the same team of 6. I decided to go with the team of 4 the game wanted me to have from the start, the 4 starters, my Pikachu, cleverly named Peek At You, Dagron, the Charmander, which I eventually evolved into Charizard, Flowerpot, the Bulbasaur, which eventually became a Venusaur, Damp, the Squirtle, which of course became a Blastoise. And to round out the other 2 slots, there was Punchy the Mankey, which evolved into Primeape, and the MVP, Spoons the Abra, that evolved into Kadabra. The only exceptions to this team were in the earliest parts of the early game, but once I beat Surge and grabbed the Squirtle, it was strictly these 6. Shout out to the Sandshrew that got me through to Surge's gym though. I rarely ever used any TMs in my playthrough, and the only ones I did use I either picked up or was given. I didn't purchase any from the shops or gamble in the casino to win anything. I never even picked up the coin case. So my Charizard's only fire move was Ember through the entire game. I did eventually make him my flyer though. This did make the game a bit tougher than one might think. I lost quite a few fights, especially when it came to the Elite Four. I probably could have made things go a little smoother if I had chosen to use some of the other Pokemon I caught throughout, specifically the handful I snagged in the Safari Zone, one of the Snorlaxes in the game, or my only legendary, Articuno. I did catch it with an Ultra Ball at least. However, I completely bypassed Moltres, and never went back to the Power Plant or Cerulean Cave. I mean, I could, but why bother at this point? This was a tough game to get through for me, simply because I'm spoiled. I much prefer Fire Red or Leaf Green for my Kanto experience. Not to say I didn't love this game when I was younger, it's just so hard to return to. I only ever played it through one time, and that's when it first came out. That's not to say I didn't know the Kanto region basically by heart. I never picked up Flash, but still walked straight through that pitch black cave. I'm not sure how all these other trainers spotted me when I definitely can't see them.
Despite my shortcomings in level, most of the gyms didn't cause too many issues. Koga was a little challenging with his Venomoth, and Damp was way underpowered to even matter against Blaine. But the gyms were always the highlights of my journey. But let's talk about my struggles with the Elite Four. I never really did any grinding throughout the game, so I walked into the Indigo Plateau with a team of level 30s. I just couldn't stand to take the time to grind out levels. I tried a little here and there, but I would start to drift off, literally fall asleep. I found it more fruitful to just go into battle and lose a few times, or not. Sometimes I would even surprise myself with a win. But Lance, he can go suck a butt. I got stuck on him several times. But once I finally did beat him, I got stuck on my rival also. But I finally beat him too. And as long as I get to hear that Professor Oak came as soon as he heard that I beat his douchebag grandson at a submission, then I've achieved my goal. This video is a little different from my normal style. I hope you can still enjoy it. I don't know. I think my experiences this time around were soured by how this game and I have aged. I'm spoiled by things like quality of life. When this game was released, there wasn't anything like it. But now there are better ways to play through Kanto. But next, I think I'll tackle Crystal. I've never actually played Crystal before, so maybe at least with it being a fresh experience, I will enjoy it more. I don't know why, but I've been wanting to play through some old school Pokemon games lately, and I might just marathon a few of them here. At least until I get through the GBA games. But I also really want to play through the DS games again. Depending on how these go, I might play through those before I go back to the other games. Truth be told, I've only played any of my Pokemon games one time with the exception of Fire Red, which I've started a few times since release. So at least my experiences will be pretty fresh, considering a large number of these games are over 20 years old now. I've also stumbled into a lot of Pokemon content lately on YouTube, so I've got the itch to get in on that myself. I'm not really a lore guy though, but I do enjoy the games for what they are, and a couple of them even have an actual story. If you've stuck around this long, I just want to say thank you so much for watching. There's more videos on the way, and if this is your first time here, check out some of my other content. Even though this was a Game Boy game, I'm trying to play through every Game Boy Advance game ever released. Subscribe if you haven't. That way you don't miss anything I put out. And as always, stick around for more! I've been on a Pokemon kick lately, and I just played through Pokemon Yellow. Okay, let me stop you right there. I know, if you've read the title of this video and heard what I just said, you probably are already having thoughts. No, the dimensional merge is real. Anyway, I am still playing through my next Pokemon game, Crystal version. Rather than bulldozing through it like I did with Yellow, I'm actually trying to do most of the in-game events such as catching the legendary Pokemon. So my playtime in the game is so much longer than I expected. It's a pretty beefy game. Enjoyable, but lengthy. So in the meantime, I've played another game, as much as I could stand anyway. Sonic's Game Boy Advance library is pretty good. The Advance trilogy are pretty good games, but somebody decided that it would be a good idea to port Sonic the Hedgehog 1 to the GBA. This game was released in 2006 to celebrate the 15th anniversary of the series. So in other words, this game had existed for a decade and a half, and this is what they released. 2006 was a bad year for Sonic. This game is so bad, I couldn't even get through the second level, and I fought it for a while. I've played some crappy games before, but this is something else. Now, I grew up with the original game on the Sega 6-pack. I've beaten it several times in my day, and didn't even realize that most people think this game kinda sucks. I mean, yeah, it's the weakest of the original trilogy, but I never thought it was bad. Yeah, I prefer the second and third game over this one. I like playing as Tails and Knuckles more than standard Sonic. This game didn't even have the spin dash. Okay, maybe this game did kind of suck. But no,
I still love the original Sonic, the great music of the Genesis. Oh god, is that what it sounds like on the GBA? Okay, I'm already disappointed. Well, at least there's the high-speed gameplay that rewards the brave. What is this screen crunch? Every moment is filled with leaps of faith that often lead to death. Faith, no more. And the frame rate. We call this burst processing. I've played Tiger LCD handhelds that ran smoother than this. But don't worry, you won't lose your momentum. Ever. Like you hit a wall and keep moving at the same speed afterward. It's like they made this whole game into an ice level. They even made the hitboxes on enemies so much bigger. They've made this game so much harder than it should be. Before it was challenging but fair. Now it's nearly unplayable. At least they made the bosses easier, if you can get to them. First you gotta survive 3 acts for each zone of this garbage. 3 acts of screen crunch, 5 frames per second, on the high end, pop-in, giant hitboxes, constant death traps, and heavy winds, all capped off by a bootleg 8-bit version of the soundtrack. My patience for this game ran out in Marble Zone. The screen crunch and the forced momentum killed me over and over and over again. I forced myself through many game overs for the sake of the game, but I just couldn't do it. Until I did. Holy crap! I finally did it! I finally beat the 3rd act of Marble Zone! Now that just means I've got to go further. To give credit where credit is due, I don't have too much to say about Springyard Zone. Aside from the usual culprits of screen crunch leading to off-screen ring stealers, like these giant spiked balls, and the crappy frame rate, I made it through all 3 acts with no issues. And yet again, the boss fight was super easy. What's next? I hate underwater stages in good Sonic games. Now add in all the problems that this game gives you, plus all the twists, turns, grounders, and spikes, and the frickin' water! Ah! 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 I hate this stage so much! Come on! I wasn't anywhere near that thing! Make no mistake, I'm not even gonna try for the Chaos Emeralds. I do not have the patience or enough years left in my life to sacrifice to that grueling task. What the frickin' frick? I'm trying not to swear, because my mama watches these, and she'll get on to me. But buddy, I really want to swear. Mother, cover your ears. This game may make me say naughty words. Oh, you zap to the extreme! This game is definitely going to kill me. True story. At the time of recording this, I have a kidney stone that I'm currently trying to deal with. So this is definitely the most relaxing thing I could be doing right now to keep that thing from falling into my urinary tract and causing me immense pain. On top of the immense pain I'm already experiencing playing this game. I think I spent the majority of this merrily washed playthrough in this freaking zone. At every turn, I hit something, I get knocked back, I'm having to catch a bubble so I don't drown, and it's so slow. It's like the floor is made of freshly spit chewing gum, and so is the air. I spent so long in this stupid stage. I hate Labyrinth Zone with every fiber of my being, and you still made it worse! David Bowie, you can have my little brother. I'm going back home. Oh my god, I finally did it! I've been playing this game for over 2 hours, and I've just gotten here. Ah! Wee! Finally! I'm finally free of this pain! Oh my god! The seesaws! Why are they so slick? I just need to... I just need to... Excuse me! I just want to jump! And of course, the boss would have these stupid things too. I'm still gonna make quick work of him though. You gotta wonder, did they even playtest this before they shipped it out? I'm gonna go with no. Oh, what's this? Did I finally reach the end of the game? I'm gonna get you, Eggman! Oh no. More Labyrinth Zone! It just won't leave me alone! Please! I just want to be done with this game! Ah! I did it! I finally did it! I'm through to the final boss! Now I just have to wait. Be patient. Finally! Yeah, you can keep your Chaos Emeralds, Robotnik. I don't even want them. This game almost killed me. Don't play this. Play Sonic 1 on anything else you want, but not on GBA. It's poopy poo-poo. If you made it this far, I hope you're doing better than I am. Come back next time when I play a game I actually like. Stick around for more.
Pokemon Crystal was a beacon of hope. So, let's go ahead and get this out of the way. I've rewritten this script a couple of times now. The first draft of this script might have equated to an 8-minute video, where I gave the briefest description of my time in the game and mostly just sing its praises. Now, while I still will be telling you all about the breath of fresh air this game was to me, I wouldn't be doing it justice the way things were before. As I've told you in my video on Yellow version, I've watched several Pokemon videos as of late, but I think not only do I want to cover the same content as those videos, but I may also need to take some notes from them. Do things a little more personally. Take a little more time. Really dive deep into what this game means to me. This is a game I don't need my AVGN shirt for, like Sonic, so I want to really explore the impact this game had on me. For starters, I made over 15 different recordings for this game. I didn't record every single moment of the gameplay, which is why there were so many. I also don't like any single recording being over an hour or two in length, if I can help it, and I do have over 30 hours in this game. I have that many hours, not simply because, well, it is a much beefier game than Yellow, but also because I did enjoy my time with Crystal. And to reiterate a little, I did not want to spend 30 hours in a game to only talk about it for 8 minutes. I decided to take my time with the game, to stop and smell the Roselia a bit. Yes, that's a Gen 3 Pokemon, I'm aware, but let me make my puns. Whereas I plowed through Yellow as fast as possible, making little effort to do many of the things that the game offers up for you to do, I actually took my time and did more of those things here. Did I do absolutely everything? No. But I'm also playing this Game Boy Color game in 2025 as a grown adult. I don't really have the ability to catch event Pokemon, make trades, or even spend a lot of time doing time-sensitive things. Yes, as I'm sure most of you are all aware, small tangent here. If I'm the first person you've ever watched cover this game, I'm so sorry. No, actually, let me rephrase. If I'm the first person you've ever watched cover Pokemon Yellow, I'm sorry. But no, this time, you're getting a lot more thorough coverage of the topic at hand. So maybe this will be a better representation than before. Watch that previous video and learn what not to do. But back to what I was saying before, I'm sure most of you in the year of our Lord 2025 know that the second generation of Pokemon games crammed in a lot of new features, with Crystal specifically getting a few unique ones, all on its own. To the point I was trying to make with all of this, the second generation has a day and night cycle. This affects the time at which specific Pokemon can be encountered. And while I did play through this game at all times of day, I do have a full-time job and the overall energy level of a 17-year-old Duracell that left the crusty white residue on your long-neglected Indigo Game Boy Color's battery terminal. I'm not traumatized. I don't know what you're talking about. So don't expect this old man to ever complete a Pokédex in these games, at least not in the older ones. And even though I do own a physical copy of the Japanese version, I don't speak Japanese, nor do I own the mobile GB adapter, so I can't use that to get Celebi. Don't think I could now if I did have it anyway. Luckily, they cut that feature for the US release, and Celebi along with it. So no worries there, I guess. But I think the single most impactful feature that was added to Pokemon Crystal specifically, at least for me, has to be the sprite animations that were added to the battle sprites. It's amazing what 5 to 10 extra frames can do to make these creatures actually feel alive. Before, a single static image would slowly slide into view and be followed by the tortured metallic howl of the frozen creature before you. While the metallic screeches of the damned can still be heard, at least you know the creature that made it chooses to stand still this time. It amazes me though that they waited to include this feature again until Pokemon Emerald, which is the final game in the third generation, a trait shared with Crystal for sure, but the technology was there. Game Freak had proven that they could animate these sprites on inferior hardware with Crystal and the Game Boy Color. There was no good excuse to not do so on the Game Boy Advance. As a small compromise, at least they do statically bounce up and down a bit. As a bit of an animator myself, this tickles me to the core to see these sprite animations though. Okay, before we dive further into the game itself, I just wanted to talk about something a little more personal. Pokemon as a series has had a huge impact on me growing up. I don't remember exactly when, but I know it was early, maybe about 7 or 8 years old. I started drawing, and I mean all the time. I started creating my own characters and coming up with all these stories. So much so that my grandmother started buying me comic books. Naturally, this molded me further. I wanted to do that. I wanted to make my own comics. But something that really pushed me to the next level was Pokemon. I had the original strategy guide to Red and Blue with the full art of all the original 150 Pokemon, and I drew every single one. Sadly, I no longer have these. I have seen a couple floating around in storage from time to time, so if I ever find any of them again, I'll be sure to snap a picture. But this just further increased my passion for drawing, storytelling, and of course, games. If I ever achieve the level of content creator where I replace swearing and sweating at a mobile home manufacturer with doing this as a full-time job, I would devote a decent chunk of my time into telling that story I want to tell in a proper way. Though these days, I think that would be through a game. But back to Pokemon, and the visuals of this game, I have to say that I was completely blown away by just how vibrant Crystal is. Compared to Yellow, it's like going from a monochromatic, simplistic, empty space to a vibrant, fleshed-out, fully realized landscape of colors. Obviously, the battles still take place in an empty white void, but the overworld actually looks like something now. This was also the first game in the series that gave you the choice to play as either a boy or a girl. It's funny that a game that's all about making your own adventure took so long to give the player this simple choice. But at least it's here. While I have played through the other Johto games on offer, this was my first ever experience with Crystal specifically. So yes, while there's a lot of familiarity here, for me, this was still a fresh experience. It does help though that it's been over 10 years since I've even touched one of these other games. So I'm not quite going in blind, but I think it's as close as one can get when they grew up with this series. I played with a more varied group of Pokemon this time as well. The only constants were my starter, a Cyndaquil that I named Sexy Back, and a Zubat called Suck. I really wanted a Crobat for this playthrough, and the new Dark typing helped me make use of his Bite. but it is quite the process to get them to evolve. The rest of the team changed throughout to better suit my needs as the game progressed. I decided I'd run with the Pseudo-Wudo and the Red Gyarados when I encountered them, but even they weren't guaranteed a permanent spot on the team. I really enjoyed the little bit of story that this game had on offer. Unlike Gold and Silver, there's a focus on Suicune. Fitting, considering that this is the Pokemon that graces the box art this time. It is my favorite of the legendary dog trio, so I'm glad I didn't have to chase it down to catch it. It eventually faces you in a static encounter. As with the rest of my team, when I did eventually catch it, I was sure to give it the name Box Art. And in the late game, I carried it on my team. My only real complaint I can muster against the game is the difficulty scaling. That doesn't mean that the game gets overly difficult in a manner that makes the game inaccessible. No, it plateaus about halfway through. So even though there's so much more in this game than in the previous entries, with 16 badges instead of the usual 8, and the original Kanto region to explore once you've cleared the Johto League, you never see trainers with Pokemon over level 50. Until the final battle. And what is the final battle, you may wonder? Why, no one else but Red, the trainer you play as in the Kanto games. And he's been silently training during the years since his time with the league. He's got Pokemon in the 70s and 80s. If you do not prepare for this fight, it is quite the reality check. I was not able to pull the same stunts I did in Yellow. I had to grind for this fight. Even still, I was underleveled, and I relied heavily on items to win this fight. He had a team that, surprisingly, largely resembled my team from Yellow. He leads off with a Pikachu, and his team contains a Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur. But with time, patience, and several full restores, and a revive or two, I finally came out on top. And once Red is defeated, the credits roll. This game is way more cozy and inviting than the first generation, and I enjoyed it all the way through. Again, I didn't do everything. I didn't spend a lot of time with the battle tower. I didn't try to catch every Pokemon. I simply played this to enjoy the experience. And I did. Now yes, my enjoyment for the game definitely delayed the release of this video by several weeks, but that is not the only reason. As I mentioned in my last video, Sonic Genesis on GBA, I had a kidney stone. Well, that decided to cause me lots of problems, and I had to have it surgically removed. That kept me from working. That kept me from making videos. Honestly, I'm still dealing with the aftermath, but at least I am finally well enough to do this again. But I do think I'm going to play some shorter games for a little bit before I get back to Pokemon. I'd started playing Fire Red, but I'm going to save that for a little bit. It's amazing how your health can up and ruin your plans out of the blue. But with that out of the way, I'm sorry it took me so long to make this video. We're going to try to get back on our normal bi-weekly schedule. Thank you to all those that have stuck around. I've been making long-form videos for almost a year now. So do the YouTube stuff that helps me continue to make these videos, and as always,
Stick around for more.
Hello and welcome everyone to yet another Castlevania game. I play these a lot. What can I say? I'm a sucker for a Metroidvania game, and I'm always here for a big, veiny castle. One that's throbbing with confusing pathways, dripping with enemies. I am ready for another big, meaty adventure. What were we talking about again? This video is a bit of a celebration. Yay! As of this video, I've now been making long-form content for over a year. And what better way to mark this achievement than with a revisit to the series that started it all. And to continue with the tradition, we're playing the next game in the Of series, the second of the GBA trilogy, Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance. That title is ironically the most fitting that a title ever could be. The word dissonance means the lack of harmony, particularly in relation to musical notes. This game is probably one of the most confusing games I have ever played, but we'll get into that a little bit later. First, a bit of a history lesson. The first Castlevania game on the GBA, my beloved Circle of the Moon, was not overseen by the great Symphony of the Iga. Even though it was made in the same style and reused the assets, it was made by Konami Computer Entertainment Kobe, and not by Iga himself. And despite the praises Circle of the Moon did receive upon release, it did have two major issues that even I can't ignore. The most prominent being that the game was very, very dark. Circle of the Moon was one of very few games that released early in the GBA's lifespan that didn't take into account that the original model of the handheld didn't have any sort of backlight. To make up for it, Harmony turned up the brightness. What the? Ow, 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 ow. They definitely used a brighter color palette this go around. In fact, they put this blue highlight around the player character that trails behind you as you move. Speaking of, that second notable problem was the dash boots. Circle made you double tap to run, which can get old and cumbersome. So to compensate, they added dash to the L and R buttons. The only issue I have with this is rather than dashing in whatever direction you're facing, if you press L, you dash left. If you press R, you dash right. So get used to pressing both or you'll do like me and dash backwards off a ledge numerous times. To be fair, you can dash as soon as you start the game, whereas Circle made you slowly trudge 10 feet first, just to get an item that then allows you to run, which even still is not as fast as Harmony's dash. It is annoying that you have to double tap to move faster than a sloth, but it was something I got used to. Back to the graphics for a minute. They did a lot to improve the graphics from Circle to Harmony, beyond just handing over the color palette to Lisa Frank. The sprite work is bigger, more vibrant, there are 3D elements and gorgeous backgrounds. There's even some that will give you seizures. But all that graphical fidelity came at the cost of audio quality. There are some good tracks in this game, don't get me wrong, and the sound is fine enough. As much as I hate to admit it, the GBA wasn't always known for stellar sound quality. But everything in this game sounds a bit staticky. There's a lot of noise in it. This is one of few games from the Castlevania series that I don't really listen to as much. Again, there are some catchy tunes, they just need a good cleanup to really be enjoyed. I know that I've mentioned Circle of the Moon took a lot from Symphony of the Night, but Harmony straight up said, "Can I copy your homework?" So much so that some critics said it was unoriginal, that it almost obsessively copied Symphony. Just look at our player character. He's Alucard in red. He looks like him. He stands like him. Moves like him. Probably doesn't help that it's the same designer, but this is legally distinct Alucard and you can't tell me otherwise.
So who is this not Alucard anyway? This, my friends, is Juiced Belmont. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, and I do not care. That was another thing they set out to put back into the series. A whip-wielding Belmont. Only he's got that same problem his granddad Simon had in Part 4. It's okay, Juiced, my boy. I hear they make medication for that. Just don't let it make you blind. This game makes sure to throw a lot of winks and nods our way. Remember that Simon Belmont guy? Eh? That guy in the blue coat that hung around with the Smoker Mega Man and that boy with the NES Zapper and they rode around on a giant flying Game Boy? Yeah, that's our granddad, so we're famous by proxy. In this game, Dracula's castle came back early. It's supposed to be every 100 years, not 50, which from Simon's previous adventures we know that doesn't always hold true anyway. This is also true for Symphony, which followed Rondo of Blood with a similar time issue. Seems to be a pattern. Speaking of, Juice's best friend Maxim has amnesia, but as we go through the game, he starts acting odd, like he's possessed by something. But both of them are looking for their friend Liddy, who has been kidnapped. And this is what leads them into the castle. So that's the basic plot of the game and our characters, Juicy Belmont, Gluteus Maxim, and their quest to rescue.
I need like a 10-year.
Upon entering the castle, Juiced runs into Death, the right-hand man of our castle lord Dracula. He tells us that this is, in fact, Dracula's castle, but something is off. Also, we'll encounter Maxim a few times, who gives us some hot, cold, yes, no, in, out, up, down vibes. That's because of what makes this game so dissonant. Eventually, you'll encounter teleporters as you traverse the castle. Nothing out of the ordinary, especially for any game that takes cues from Symphony of the Night. But this time, they're a little different. Yes, they will take you to different areas of the castle, even if you have only found one, but in this game, they'll also transfer you to a different castle entirely. You won't know that for a while, until Juice starts talking about it. Even then, he'll just say something is off, because both castles are basically the exact same. What's really happening is that every portal takes you between Castle A and Castle B. Another Symphony nod. But again, both castles look pretty much the same, not like the other game we keep referencing, where after you beat one you unlock the other, and it's an upside down version of the former, not a straight up copy. No, here you won't even know it's a different castle at all at first. The map doesn't even tell you which one you're in until you get to the clock tower and face Death yet again, but not to fight, only to put a wrinkle in things. Yet again, more Symphony. They keep copying Symphony, but they couldn't even give us the best part. That stellar voice acting.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world!
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets!
This made the game so confusing at times. Even after Death tells you there are two castles and your map finally shows you which one you're in, I still found myself retracing my steps, not finding anything, going to a warp point and doing it again. Dissonance. In all fairness, the game does play well like any other good Castlevania, such as Symphony. It's just you spend so much time lost in the game that it all begins to run together. Another shared trait that only serves to add to the confusion is it's not always clear what items will help you move forward. In Circle of the Moon, after you defeat a boss, you're allowed into an item room that immediately connects to the boss room you were just in. Defeat this boss, get an item, the item tells you what it does and how to use it. Okay, so now I know where I can go and what I can do next. Harmony does not do that. Again, this is something that it shares with its older brother that it strives so hard to be. First and foremost, you have a ton of forgettable bosses. They're all super easy and don't really add anything in terms of attack pattern or strategy. Maybe save a very finite few. And I mean, they throw bosses at you left and right. Circle of the Moon had 9, Harmony has 20. And very few of them are actually significant. And the only thing they give you after you defeat them is the familiar red orb from the older games that restores your health and mana, which I will say is nice because Circle didn't even do that. So you better hope you make it back to the save room without dying or you're fighting a boss again. But there's no item rooms afterwards though. In fact, sometimes, most times actually, the boss is just in the middle of a hallway, and their rooms are somewhat important to the overall progression, other than the fact that they lock you in once you enter the room. That and the room itself is usually a cool little set piece, but the items are in random locations, just floating there.
But some of the items you need to progress are just items. A pair of glasses that let you see in the dark, a whip attachment, just things. And much like with Symphony, again, there were times I had to look up how to find some of these items. They do something a little different with the sub-weapons though. You still get your holy water, daggers, axes, crosses, etc., but they did change up how they're used. You can always throw them like normal, or you can equip spell books you find throughout, and then your sub-weapon becomes a spell you cast. What's kinda nice about this is the fact that spells use mana instead of hearts. But that can be bad as well. If your mana pool isn't the biggest, or you're like me and love to cast what I am pretty sure is called Hideo. But I was a big fan of the card system in Circle. This spell system is what replaced those cards. It's fine, I guess. I rather enjoyed summoning a giant screen-clearing chicken, but what do I know? I guess not everybody's all about the cock like I am. Wait, but I did try my best to navigate this game without a walkthrough, as much as I could anyway. And the best strategy I use for something like that is I look for openings in the map, be it an unfinished hallway or a door I didn't open. I go to those places and see if I can get further. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. The problem with that is remembering why some of those areas have been left unfinished. Most of the time, it's from a blocked pathway, a door that's locked for whatever reason, an obstruction that I don't have the item needed to pass, or any number of other reasons. Because I'm going to let you in on a little secret. If you go back to the date of that first video I made, yeah, Circle of the Moon, all the way back then, that's when I started trying to play this game. At first, I tried to stream it.
This is what I do. I whip on you. I whip on you. I whip on you.
Then I gave up on that and started playing it on my own. But I would always stop. If you've watched my other videos, I've even mentioned that I've been playing this game. It has taken me that long. The only reason I was finally able to get through it was because I saw the date and thought to myself, I bet I'm coming up on a year. This would be a good time to finally finish Harmony. So I have forced myself to get through this game. Again, this is not a bad game. It just has major flaws that keep me from enjoying it as much as I want to. I love so much about this game, but I hate this castle. Both castles. I get lost so easily because nothing really sticks out to me. Every time I would pick this game up, I would play it for a little while, get lost, get frustrated, and put it back down. I'll play something else. It's that same trap every time. Hey look, a shiny new Castlevania game I haven't played yet. And my brain won't let me play the other games past this one until I do. So I need to play it. Okay, this is fun. It looks promising. Where do I go? How do I get past this? Where's the item I need for this? Where do I go? I've been in this same room 7 times in the last 10 minutes. Where do I go? I don't like to take notes or draw maps when I play games. I've graduated from the NES days, thank you very much. But this game makes me want to do that. I just want to get through this game that so many other people love, but I don't, and I can't make myself because the map sucks! Just is such a cool character. The grandson of the great Simon Belmont. I love his design. I love how he looks in Castlevania Nocturne. I just wish he got time to shine in a better game. He was great in the show, by the way. But I just can't love his game. I'm sorry. I love aspects of it. The characters, the sprite work, the combat, the movement, it's just the whole package brings down what's good. If you go into this blind, you will have a good time. For a while. But eventually, you'll get lost. Which is fine, it happens in most non-linear games, but the problem comes in when you try to dig your way back out. The game plays fine otherwise. Like I said before, I like the combat, I like the magic system well enough. The whip moves like it should. Hell, there's even an attachment to make it spin like it did in Circle. The game is a bit easy overall. It just always comes back to the exploration. You should never pad out your game by just being vague. You should never pad out your game in general, but that's a topic for another day. It's okay to be short. I should know. I've lived my life that way. The thing is, if you peel back the confusion, this game is kind of short. The average 100% completion time for this game is around 10.5 hours. Juiced, is this really the best time to be doing this? But even still, there's a wrong way to beat this game as well, and a right way, and even a so-so way. Another thing I had to consult the Google machine about to make sure I did it correctly. So eventually you find out that our dear friend Maxim has been possessed by Dracula, so he has 2 souls in him. That's how they also justify having 2 castles. Well, it was Maxim as Dracula that kidnapped Liddy and hid her away, but he also, as the good Maxim, flipped that around and hid her again from himself and somehow erased his memories so Dracula couldn't find her. I'm not sure how one does that apart from hard drugs or playing bullfight with a brick wall, but okay. I forgot math. But Maxim gives Juiced his own friendship bracelet so that Juiced now has both, and with Maxim's he can now enter the room where Liddy is being held. Only problem is, with the head trauma, Maxim doesn't know where that is, so good luck. But plot twist, when you do find her, who else but sneaky old Mr. Death comes in and takes her from you, yet again. But after that, kinda randomly, and I do mean I had no real lead up to this, I found this statue that I destroyed, and then I get this message that a pathway opened up. So I found this new grayed out area on the map to go into. But wait, there's more. So this is where the specific ending comes into play. You can jump into Castle A and go directly into that room to the final battle with Maxim. But that's the bad ending. What I want is the good ending. To do that, we need to go to the same place in Castle B. But it isn't open in Castle B at first. In order to get in while in Castle B, you have to find the remains of Vlad, another reference to our lip-whipped grandpa Simon. So you have to find 6 different pieces. Dracula's cornea, Dracula's finger, Dracula's spleen, Dracula's dentures, Dracula's shin bone, and of course Dracula's chastity belt. Once you have all these relics, you can enter the final room in Castle B, but be sure you're wearing both friendship bracelets when you fight Maxim. That way, both he and Liddy survive at the end. Then after you defeat Maxim, like a nice lanced cyst, out pops an incomplete Dracula, whom you also have to fight. And in standard Castlevania fare, you fight him in 2 different forms. But once he is defeated, we can finally put this fun but tedious journey behind us. I do love my Castlevania games, but out of the 3 I've played for this channel so far, this one is my least favorite. That's not to say it's bad, it's just the game frustrated me to no end. So much backtracking, so much getting lost, ending up in the same places over and over because I couldn't find my way. So much flip-flopping between the 2 castles to look for just one more new breadcrumb on where to go next. To summarize, this is a great Castlevania game with a good gameplay loop, great characters, amazing design, and a good story. Completely bogged down by confusing exploration and a less than stellar soundtrack. But what's that on the horizon? There is yet a 3rd game in the Castlevania series that was released on my beloved GBA. One that everyone screams is the absolute best. One that was being developed at the same time as this one, on the same architecture, but it's drastically different in presentation. But I don't think we'll visit that game in the very next video, but I also doubt I'll wait a whole year to play it either. I guess in order to find out when that video comes out, you'll have to do that YouTube stuff where you like, comment, and subscribe. But also, I'd like to say one last thing. Whether you've been here from the beginning, or this is your very first time watching one of my videos, I would like to say thank you so much for watching. It doesn't always happen, but I try to put out videos every other week or so. And we're just getting started. From the beginning, I made it a goal to play every Game Boy Advance game ever released in the US, with some extras and some non-GBA games as well. Sometimes, like with Castlevania, I want to play every game in the series. So if that's something you'd like to see, you're in the right place. I've still got a long way to go, and a lot of games to play, so be sure to stick around for more!